Testing. 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 2, check. One, two, check. Testing, 1, 2. One, two, testing. Testing, testing. 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 Testing.
Is that coming up? Where did I put my presentation? Not today yet. I can do it later on. But yeah, that seems to be working right. Cool.
Debbie this morning had full resolution, so yeah, she's been in already. Yeah, she's done all her check this morning.
Okay. Cool.
Do you have audio?
No. No. Happy with that?
Like on the podium, or this one, they sound
Okay.
a lot clearer on the handheld.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely use the handheld. And somebody was saying, is there audio being recorded here? Like, do you need to stand here, or can you walk around a little bit?
That is fine.
With this is
Yeah,
fine.
it's
Brilliant.
that, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Do you want a clicker?
I think I have one actually. I hoped I did.
I have one here anyway.
My IT team gave me one to bring down with me, so let's see if this works. Oh shit. Oh, they had it turned on all the time. Let's see if this. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Great. I'll just leave all that stuff.
Like that.
Right. Cool.
Testing. Morning, just checking to see if you can hear the audio. Okay, hopefully the auto adjustment on it should start fixing it. Okay, the just getting a sound engineer, he's going to adjust it a little bit to turn down the volume going into the laptop. See if that reduces the buzzing. It's still too strong. Down a little bit more. Yes, the text is coming through perfect. Well, that's good to know. Okay. Let's see if I can. I, I, I suspect they were being wondering that earlier today or earlier yesterday. I wonder who that could be hinting at. Oh. You know they're here today, right? Okay. Okay. just checking the audio again to see if... Okay, it's... Well, as long as there's no buzzing on the line, the sound engineer is going to just tweak it down a tiny bit again. Okay, so maybe I'll hold the microphone a little bit further away from my mouth. Yeah, okay, so that is, he's trying to bring it further down a tiny bit. Yes, you're right, it is a little bit weird talking to a screen. Yes, they're...
This isn't like audio to text, someone's actually...
Yes, someone is actually typing this.
That's what I thought. I'm just wondering.
You mean it's unnerving talking to a screen that looks like a computer and having it respond to me?
Would you like to play a game? I mean, no.
Okay, how's the audio sounding now?
We kind of don't need to know what you just said.
Oh, hang on. Do we have a second microphone?
Can you, exactly, if you can... if you can mute that mic. Basically, I was coming in here to see if we can ring the cowbell. Are we ready? Yeah. Huh? Here for the same reason. Yeah.
Okay, just looking to see if there is anything with the audio settings here.
The American is sounding so much better than you. Ha ha. That's just our...
Okay, maybe I'll have to, yeah, exactly. I'll let him do the opening.
Yeah, I've also been an actor for the last 30 years, so I know how to enunciate.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. You're getting roasted. It's trained.
Well, I guess it's good that it's picking up from that distance.
Is there a microphone live on the laptop?
It doesn't seem to be. It does look as though it's set to just use the microphone from the sound box. Now,
Can you adjust the gain?
so let's see if because I just turned the speakers on.
If you can adjust
On
the
that.
gain off on the laptop here. Does that make sense?
Yes, so I have, let's see, changed the gain settings on this, but I think that that might still be clipping. It might actually be worse. Oh,
Sounding better
no,
now, I
I'm
think.
better. Okay.
That's how close you are to the laptop, probably.
Yeah, so I think just hold this further away from my mouth and
Actually, everyone's going to be speaking from there, so adjusting this is, this will eventually go away with,
yes, it was just a chance that there could be the microphone on the laptop picking up sound from the room as well, but let's hope this should be it. If you want to make sure that when you go through a couple of slides, it doesn't actually...
Oh yeah, cut out, yeah.
Yeah.
See what happens.
That's been, I think, when they say it was to change the display and resolution.
Yeah, I lowered the resolution, just see if it helps.
We had it plugged in earlier on.
Okay. But I think it's only when going through the slides does it actually...
Stable.
Good. Okay.
Great.
Is that a mic there? Slide there. It's your mic there then.
Nice one, thanks.
That's fairly apt.
Spoilers. Amazing slides. Great.
Okay, so you're using
Yeah, I'm using speaker notes.
you're using a Google or a web-based one.
Yeah, it's like just the Google thing or whatever. As long as the internet doesn't go down. No, it's fine. It is 9:54.
Don't worry, there's plenty of room up at the front. See if there's any message in Skype to see if they're saying any problems with the audio.
Yeah, we'll do. Do we need to interrupt the machine to keep the screen blank?
Good morning, everyone. I trust not too many people stayed up too late to try and compete in the Scale Electrics competition last night. Who won? Are they here, or are they still catching up on some lost sleep? So I think the times are there, so I'm going to guess it's probably Paul O'Connor, just the POC, if that's, is that a good, yeah, that's him? Yeah. Okay, so congratulations, Paul. I hope they gave you something nice, because I retired early last night. I had a sleepless night the night before, and I didn't feel like trying to repeat the same thing twice. So we're going to get started, and hopefully we've fixed the live captioning now, so you won't see interruptions, and we won't have to go over and fix anything with it for the rest of today. And also, it appears that the swag that got misdelivered actually is on its way, and we're hoping we'll be able to give that to everyone who was supposed to get the additional phone holder. And I think there's also some magazines as well from DevOps Culture. So hopefully we'll be able to hand all of that out. And if there's any of your colleagues that actually were here yesterday and can't make it in here today, do just let us know. We'll keep an eye, and we'll actually try and get it to them over the next week as well. So don't forget, there is a raffle for a couple of prizes. There's 5 ebooks from any ebooks from the Manning publications, and also a 6-hour course in DevOps ICU being supplied by Debbie Levitt. Levitt. Okay. Thank you. So she'll might touch on that for a few seconds in her talk as well. And That's it for the introduction. We're keeping it nice and short this morning. We're going to go straight into the first speaker, Brian Scanlon.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for showing up so early. So I'm Brian, and this is a presentation about how we improved out-of-hours on-call at Intercom, which is where I work. So chances are where you work also possibly needs their on-call improved too. So hopefully this presentation will provide some inspiration and ways of thinking about how to improve on-call. So first of all, how many people are on-call right now? Any hands up? Cool, cool. So like if you get paged, we could help out. That would be like a pretty cool conference talk where we just like sit around, wait for someone to get paged and you know, learn about each other's systems, be like some sort of on-call support group. Anyway, I digress. Sorry, my thing is not working. So I'm going to start off by generally talking about out-of-hours on-call before talking about the problems that we wanted to solve in Intercom. So on-call is amazing. It's wonderful, and I love doing it. It's like the perfect storm of ownership and responsibility, technical challenges, a way to like learn about the systems that your company builds and the stuff that your customers actually use. It like connects you to your technical stack and like your customers and any customer pain. If like your customers can't use your software to do their job or your services, like when you're on call, you can actually do something about it and fix it. So that's just great. Like so, being responsible for the delivery of value to your customers is pretty thrilling. It's very satisfying to get paid for something or find something that's broken and fix it and make customers feel happier. So, and having worked in a bunch of fast-growing companies, it's also where like you'll find early warning signs of problems, like systems or processes that aren't scaling. So this information is like very difficult to find out using other ways. So often you're not just fixing the problem to hand, but like you're getting really good signal for like what to do next and what features to improve or like what work to prioritize. Also, like before I joined Intercom, I worked in Amazon.com, and through like my interest in problem solving and troubleshooting, I ended up becoming a call leader, which is a role in Amazon where you're responsible for managing like the fixing of any problem in Amazon, pretty much. And this role opened a lot of doors for me, and like it was very valuable in my career. So I think like on-call can be not just it's something that's significant, has significant benefits to your org and to your customers, but it can be I've got pretty good personal experience of it being good for my career too. But also at the same time, on-call is absolutely terrible. So out-of-hours on-call can make your life considerably worse than it was before you started doing out-of-hours on-call. Especially if the systems that your organization has is not paying attention or to like the quality of the operations. So, you know, fundamentally being woken up in the middle of the night is absolutely no fun. This alone causes personal, like physical and mental stress. I can still remember the exact ringtone of the first phone I had in Amazon that used to page me. And if it was to go off now, I'd probably jump. Personally speaking, I don't sleep very well when I'm on call as well, despite years of experience and probably having spent like a whole year of my last 10 years on call. And like, I've got young children and I run every single day, but like, given all that, I still wake up the number of times when I'm on call in the middle of the night, just in case I missed a page. So, like every outage and alert is like a learning opportunity, which is great, and these are good things. But there are also like risks to like the work you were planning to do. They can get away of your commitments, and just can disrupt your day-to-day, both in the office, like professionally, as well as your personal life. And like following up on outages and being like disciplined during like business hours will cause like organizational stress. You know, your team will commit to have done a bunch of stuff, then something breaks and you have to do some other work to fix this, and that can be difficult to deal with if you don't have Slack built in to deal with this kind of stuff. So like your team may or may not meet your commitments depending on what happens when you're on call. And so this can be no fun. Also, like when you go on call, you can be suddenly very aware of any technical problem and organizational problems that your company has. So, and this can become overwhelming because you get the impression that everything is on fire all of the time, and it seems like you can't make progress. It can seem like you can't make progress to fix these things. So if you have a team who are not paying attention to their services, or maybe ignored lessons learned from previous outages, or don't like review their alarms and layer ton of processes to kind of follow up on these things, or maybe a service is going through rapid growth, or your customers are doing things you didn't expect, or you have implementation decisions that are difficult to change. There's basically a big long list of things that can cause like systemic problems that result in pages that can be difficult to deal with. They're not just fixing, like rebooting a server or failing over a database. You're dealing with systemic problems, and this stuff is difficult to deal with. So some of the times it's not obvious that to you that like when you're on call or after an on-call shift that any improvements can be made at all. That can be kind of depressing. So I'm going to give a little bit of a history lesson about the history of on-call at Intercom. So this kind of frames the problem that we ended up having to solve. So Intercom is a software as a service startup. We do the vast majority of our R&D out of our Dublin office. And so Intercom's thing is like a business messenger. It's like one of those chat things in the bottom right-hand corner of a website. And chances are if you had a good experience and actually liked using it, it was possibly Intercom that we were using. And Intercom has grown like pretty rapidly over the last few years since I've joined. And as such, Intercom has grown, like on-call also kind of grew organically. So we had a strong sense of like ownership in Intercom and like teams running what they built. But like when things were pretty small, it was just as, like the original founders or CTOs, the folks who built the first few things, they would go on call and just like they cared a lot if stuff was broken. Over time, though, we like grew more engineers. We ended up building a team of infrastructure team, which is largely systems engineers, but then we ended up in a situation where we had lots of engineers, lots of different teams, and lots of individuals doing on-call. And so this grew out of like our culture of ownership at Intercom, where we built new teams, gave them a strong direction, strong mission. They built stuff. They want to continue to own this stuff, and it was kind of natural for them to go on call for the things. So like out of hours on call just kind of grew ad hoc organizationally, and there was a bunch of like inconsistencies with how we kind of implemented it. So we did have like the systems engineering team who would take care of like core shared infrastructure and public customer-facing infrastructure like load balancers, and they would practice, good like DevOps SRE practices. But then other teams would kind of be mixed on about it. But it was also like there was completely critical stuff that we were doing in different parts of the company. Say our email delivery team. It's very important that they know that whether our emails are ending up on spam blacklists or whether their data stores are broken, because their software like really delivers a lot of customer value. So we do kind of want to know when these things are broken. So, some of the problems. We were kind of like the proverbial frog in boiling water, but like there was some things that kind of stood out. So we had too many individuals on call. So I'd seen how many people were on call for, say, a service like Amazon's S3 service. And the number of people we had on call was the same. And like Intercom's a lot smaller than S3. So that didn't feel right. Also, like the quality, we didn't practice the same practices between teams, and there's a bunch of consequences to this, but basically you could look at one team's set of alarms and they're okay, another team's set of alarms are very good, but there wasn't kind of shared understanding of what to do. Teams also kind of tolerated out-of-hour pages a lot. It was kind of like normal to get paged out of hours, we weren't ruthless when it came to destroying the causes of these pages and digging into the problems there. So kind of just like shrug, like, oh well, it's just another thing broke. Like fix the alarm and move on. Some other problems was that like there was high variance of the on-call experience as a result and expectations within teams. So there was like if you joined one team and then moved on to another team, you would like some teams would take it very, very seriously. They would know exactly who's on call. They would, cover each other if they were going swimming or whatever. Whereas other teams were kind of more casual about it, largely because the frequency of out-of-hours pages might be a lot smaller, and it wasn't the same kind of level of criticality with their stuff. And that was kind of like a barrier to like moving around teams, really. We didn't have a simple way to like slot into a team, pick up some work, do on-call work for them, and know kind of what the expectations are. Also, it doesn't suit everybody to do on-call. Like when you're, it can be impactful to your family life. You can have other personal stuff that's going on. You might have like time-consuming hobbies, whatever, and we didn't want it to be the case that just because you happen to join one team that you would have to do 24/7 on-call, and you join another team and there was like very low expectations of on-call. This kind of didn't seem fair. It was actually a barrier to us being able to move engineers around teams and respond to kind of business needs. So we had a vague feeling of like a bunch of different problems that were kind of holding us back a little, and we weren't practicing kind of great continuous improvement consistently across teams. But the main problem was like on-call was eating our engineers, so it was impacting their lives, productivity, and general well-being. Getting paid out of hours all the time is like damaging personally and professionally. And while it's a lot of fun building stuff in a scrappy startup fashion and keeping things just about online, like Intercom was kind of transitioning out of that scrappy phase and moving towards building a sustainable, high-quality environment to work in. And so as such, our on-call setup was at odds with our ambitions. So we did something to try and fix it. So these slides make it look like super easy. This was like months of work, and we got like loads of stuff wrong. But what we did was we built a virtual team of volunteers for multiple teams. This is mostly like individual contributors, but we had like some guidance from, say, managers and that. First, we built a group to like think deeply about the problem at hand. Why do on-call at all? Like, can we just stop doing on-call? But that's not realistic because we have like product to sell to businesses around the world who want to talk to their customers at any time. But we wanted to figure like a shared way of doing this work that would like improve the quality of the work done by different teams. So we thought about things like what sort of metrics should we use for success? What are the kind of standards we want? We ended up building new standards for like what a good page looks like, or what a good alarm looks like. And so the alarm pretty much needs to be things like actionable. So there needs to be action taken by a human to do something. So in the case of, say, like a database failover, that doesn't necessarily require any action from a human to do something about it if the failover happened and like nothing else, everything went right afterwards. So we started reviewing our alarms of like, is there something actually to do here other than just noting that something went wrong? We also, there was an urgency required. So like, we kind of had a test of, is it worth getting somebody out of bed at 3 a.m. on Saturday morning for this alarm? And that question kind of focuses the mind a lot. There's a bunch of errors or issues that can happen where you can probably tolerate fixing a problem with high urgency in the next business day that happens. So a bunch of our alarms ended up getting thrown away as a result of not meeting the threshold of absolutely somebody needs to get out of bed to do this. We also brought in that every alarm has to have a run book. So because we're moving to this idea of a virtual team of volunteers from multiple teams, that meant that it wouldn't necessarily be somebody who was like intrinsically familiar with that system that just broke. So by having run books and by having attached to every single alarm, means we've got built up this repository of things to do when something breaks. we also invented new processes for us. So we built out a Terraform pipeline to control our alarms using Datadog, that are managed in Datadog and CloudWatch. And so this meant that we were able to follow like the GitHub flow of peer reviews, and this meant that we were having a shared understanding of what the reasons why alarms are being set. And just like a lot of the time, our alarms were configured by people just going into Datadog, clicking through a bunch of things, and moving on. Whereas the GitHub flow forces a bit more collaboration, maybe some chats about what the right kind of thresholds are. And with the additional guidance we developed, it meant that like the quality alarms coming out the other side of this process were just kind of fundamentally better. So teams did a lot of work to move over their paging alarms to the new virtual team. Like progress was initially slow, so we were basically taking a big long list of alarms which had been set up, kind of accrued over time, like in response to individual events, whatever. And we were reviewing them almost like one by one, and then only like reconfiguring them using the Terraform pipeline. And so this was kind of going a little bit slow, but so we ended up having to set like deadlines. We had like really good support from our engineering leadership, which was completely critical, as like we'd sold our story early on to like leadership and why we were doing it. So like the support for us allowed us to actually ship this and get the project done. But one thing that we did not want to do with this virtual team was like take ownership of services, and by that I mean like successful DevOps teams, successful teams really need to have a strong connection between their operations and the services that they work on. But our take on this was we were comfortable with doing this in office hours, so teams would still do on-call for their stuff when they're in the office, which happens to be when most things break for us. So like we practice continuous deployment, so that's when code changes go out. It's also like we're a business to business kind of company, or at least that's what most of our customers do. And so our traffic kind of ramps up when Europe kind of starts waking up and kind of peaks around 4 o'clock Dublin time. So like we go through all the big kind of traffic ramps, as well as do the vast majority of our deployments during Dublin business hours. So so by doing out of hours on call by a virtual team, but keeping the in hours on call in the team that's building the services, there was still like a strong attachment to what they were building. So we weren't completely breaking the kind of ownership and moving to like a more operations team model. We're also solving this problem for Dublin-based engineers, which is where we're doing the vast majority of our R&D at the time, but this kind of changed over time as our organization changed, but I'll talk a little bit about that later. So here's some more details about what we end up implementing. So outside of office hours, the on-call team gets all of the pages for every single service in Intercom. The product teams do on-call in the office. We pretty much decided on like 1 week of on-call for the virtual team. So we could, you can bike chat about this a lot, whether you separate out weekends from during the week or like when you start the shifts or whatever. But we figured that starting on Friday evening allows you to do the weekend, and then you finish at the Friday of the next week. So if you have like a bad week, you get the weekend to recover afterwards. But there's no perfect answer here. It's kind of like a big Indian, little Indian problem. We decided on a team of about 6 to 7 engineers. And so these people rotate in and out of the team. So by 6 or 7, it means that you're going on call once every 6 weeks or so for a week. So that's enough not to get stale, but also not enough to get burned out. And so we need a little bit of capacity to like cope with people doing human things like holidays and training and conferences and stuff. So this group of folks around the company move into the team, do like 3 or 4 of the shifts, and move on after about 6 months. Yeah, that's what I just said. So more details. So the virtual team needs a way to escalate. So they might get a runbook or get an alarm, follow a runbook, and kind of not make any progress, or maybe the runbook's broken, or it's something that's just like a problem that's bigger than we anticipated. And so the way we think about it is that the on-call engineer out of hours is a first responder. So they are just there to stop the bleeding, perform CPR, and but they need to have a way to deal with problems that can't be resolved with like first aid and general knowledge and runbooks. So to take the stress of any kind of escalations, we invented a layer 2 escalation, or level 2 escalation, which is a rota of engineering managers and general leaders. And so the only path for escalation for the person who's on call is to that L2 escalation. And so the decisions we might make as a result are to like engage individual engineers or figure out like whether it's engaging further teams at all or like bringing in different teams to respond. But we want to take the stress away from the person who's taking the initial page. And so that engineering leader makes the call here. And so the obligation for the on-call engineer is just to triage and if they can't make progress, escalate to the escalation manager. We also put in place so from this kind of system that we designed was the engineering leader then goes to the engineering manager, and while they're not actually strictly on call, it's kind of best effort, and then we'll escalate beyond that if needed. And so from the engineering manager, we'll go to engineers, whatever. So we remunerated for each shift, which is probably, if we didn't do it, it's probably illegal, but we did it regardless of pages. And we kind of also expected that people would be managing their time and rest appropriately. So if you're a member of the team, we kind of expect that you'll take adequate rest, and if you have a really bad night, that you wouldn't feel obliged to come into the office the next morning. But because we're a virtual team, it's difficult for us to kind of keep an eye and make sure that people are okay and rested and stuff like that. So we do kind of have a specific responsibility for when you're on the team to manage yourself well. So rest if you have to, but please do rest. So a bunch of things. So we had all these designs and kind of things. Things didn't go exactly as we expected. So one kind of thing was that the escalation process I just described ended up being pretty uncommon, and we ended up using kind of informal escalations. As in, like, a lot of the alarms go off, say, during the evening time, say like 9 o'clock Irish time, and whoever was around on Slack or whatever would just help out. And there would be engineers from San Francisco office who would help out, and we just kind of would make progress and would end up not using the formal escalation path very frequently. In fact, we would use the informal escalation and just collaborating with whoever happened to be online far more often than the formal escalation process, which we spent a lot of time designing for. We were kind of worried that teams would kind of throw the alarms over the wall, and that when stuff was firing, that we would have to hand back alarms and just generally need to work with them to resolve the problems that were causing the alarms. But in fact, the teams took really strong ownership of the issues that were created as a result of the alarms. So we didn't need the stick of like handing back alarms. The teams were like all over these paging alarms, and while sometimes we had like a little bit of dialogue as to the right response to an alarm going off, just this process of reviewing every single page that goes or alarm that goes off and pushing it back to the team has worked really well. So like teams feel like an obligation to actually do something about a bunch of these things. It's almost like there's a social stigma to like paging members outside of your own team, whereas if you page your own team, you kind of tolerate it a bit more. I don't know. It's maybe like the difference between treating family versus friends or something like that. It seems to like tolerate more bad things locally as opposed to like sending issues off to another friend or another team. So a bunch of good things kind of happened. So we had the process of moving alarms over and then continuously reviewing the alarms as they fire, making tweaks and holding it to the bar of it needs to be actionable, it needs to get somebody out of bed. so overall, like the number of alarms firing just dropped, and so the number of like less than 10 per month, it's kind of gone back up a bit more towards like 12 or so, but still these are really good numbers, and that's just on an average shift you'd have 2 or 3 alarms go off, and most of the time wouldn't be in the middle of the night, it'd be during say the evenings or whatever, and so this was a very positive outcome of the moving the alarms over to the team. The process of reviewing alarms and having to go through the GitHub flow, just like a lot of low value ones got destroyed. So we had over time added a lot of alarms in response to like a specific event, and maybe it was at too low level, didn't describe or didn't reflect real customer problems, and so we just the fact of like reviewing all of the alarms and moving them from one place to another just meant we dropped them. Due to our the kind of newer standards we had around what a good alarm looks like. And rotating people in and out really worked. In fact, one of the big problems I have with organizing this team and keeping it going is getting people out so the people who really want to join can come in. Additionally, like our San Francisco alarm engineers got involved. So at the same time, we were kind of building out R&D teams in San Francisco. We designed this purely for Dublin engineers and Dublin teams. But it seemed like a good opportunity that when a bunch of San Francisco engineers wanted to get involved, it made sense to just make this a distributed team and accommodate it. And it was a good way of like sharing knowledge and context between the two office locations. It did mean that over time we had to change the design of it to be not just Dublin out of office hours, but kind of more of a 24/7 operation to allow like the San Francisco-based teams to send alarms to it and not have like a weird setup of where if Dublin's in the office, then they have to do out of hours on call. So we ended up changing our setup so that the experience of engineers in San Francisco was identical to the experience of Dublin, and the team's experience of being able to send alarms over is identical. So that's a change that we made over time. That's that bit. So some more good things. We sent out communications to engineering, a bit like how things were going. That would get like really good feedback, but also was used to kind of set priorities for teams. We would like break down the number of alarms by team, and just being visible about this kind of stuff allowed teams to kind of set priorities and figure out, okay, we need to do something about the amount of alarms we're starting to strike. It was really nice to see that there was a visible link between like career progression and growth and being on this team. So the team was kind of a collaborative environment, kind of a lot of teaching, and you're learning about different parts of Intercom while you're in there. But it was like pretty valued, and like one of the things we do in Intercom is to celebrate yearly anniversaries. And like the membership of the team kind of comes up in the description of the work that they do, comes up in performance reviews, all this kind of stuff. So like culturally, it's really acknowledged that this work is really valuable. I was also like able to write a very satisfying systems engineering job advertisement, which is up there. And I think being able to say that like we have a systems engineering team that doesn't have mandatory out of hours on call. And it kind of opens up the role to kind of more diverse candidates, like it's not so much like we're hiring plug, but like I think it's an important part of the story, and kind of normalizes the systems engineering role, which very frequently is associated with kind of arduous on-call practices or out of hours expectations. So that was like personally very satisfying. I also got to write a cool blog post, and I give talks like this, which is great. So some takeaways. So I think challenging your on-call setup, like it's very powerful to kind of pull back and like assess the value that your on-call setup is giving both your customers as well as your teams and people. So like we pretty much were radical here. We could have evolved things. We could have just written standards for the teams themselves and had different ways of kind of enforcing this stuff. But we tried to solve a bunch of different problems at the same time, and we I guess got lucky and managed to build something that we're proud of, but has been pretty effective. So being radical here and not like allowed us to make significant progress. you know, you have to understand your like SLAs, SLOs, and make sure you're not going to hurt your customers as you're improving your on-call setup. But ultimately, like you have to optimize for your teams. Like if there's automation you can write, do that instead of paging people. If there's no action to be taken, you should not take action instead of paging somebody. Just like putting the humans first is a good way of thinking about every single alarm you write. And the process of like opening an issue for every single alarm and having multiple people review the issue and make sure that the response is kind of good. This is like a forcing function for continuous improvement, and it buys you time and focus, and just like it means that you don't slip into a place where everything's on fire, where you're spending a lot of time doing operations work. And so this gets you back focus and agility. So finally, don't let on-call eat your engineers. Do everything you can to sustainably and responsibly make on-call an enjoyable, rewarding experience. Thank you for listening. Probably have 1 minute for questions.
Yes, if anyone has a question, put up your hand and I'll come to you with a microphone.
Hiya, that was a very good talk. I just wanted to ask, I feel like if you're on call, there is sometimes a temptation to just do a quick fix or just make sure it's fixed as soon as possible. It's a workaround, but it creates a huge technical debt. Do you have any strategy in place for that?
Yeah, so when you're actually on call, or like when we're dealing with any specific incident that's happening right now, we definitely want quick fixes. And so it's like applying first aid, just like stopping the bleeding and getting the stuff that's broken just fixed immediately. So we do kind of emphasize that. But I guess by doing things like surfacing where alarms are coming from, it allows us to make planning decisions and kind of fold into our planning lifecycle, that we got problems. So we take teams have taken goals of like, let's reduce the amount of pages that our systems are producing like to less than 5 a month or whatever. Sometimes that'll be systemic work where you like improve your architecture. Sometimes that might be just a different way of thinking about alarming. So we use it as input. I mean, it's one of many inputs like customer experience and a bunch of other things, but I think it's like surfacing the information and making it clear to product teams what's alarming and what's breaking is like an important function of this on-call thing.
Okay, I think we only have time for one more here, and after that we'll have to let people ask Brian questions outside.
Brian, you say that you send out a blanket message to all engineers on call. How many times does that fall between the cracks and one engineer says the other person's going to do it, and then the culture builds of, well, that guy there is going to do it anyway, so I'm just going to ignore it?
Yeah, we haven't used the bat phone that often. Occasionally, we've had to almost do like daisy chaining, like trying to see if certain people are online. So to be honest, we haven't ended up in a situation that frequently where we've had to like just page en masse. But like we get generally good engagement any time we've done it, and we like there's reasonably good shared understanding of different systems in Intercom. Like we're pretty fluid about team membership, so chances are we can bring in people from outside the teams to like make progress if we need to. So yeah, it was definitely a risk that we were aware of, that we would kind of get stuck on not being able to bring in people to unblock stuff or fix stuff, but it hasn't happened in practice with us so far. We've been either lucky or okay with like the stuff we've been building and the shared understanding of them.
Okay, thank you very much. So Brian will be around, so if you have any more questions, you can use the hallway track as suggested yesterday to continue on discussions. And we're just going to get ready for Debbie giving her talk. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
So we've about 4 minutes before the next talk will start. So if you want to if you want to stretch your legs, and we'll get started.
I tested it this morning. It should be fine. That looks good.
I'm using Menti as well.
I am, yes.
Yeah, I only came across that recently at PyCon.
Yeah, it's a goodie.
Okay, so do you want to stand in front of the podium or do you want to stand?
I don't know. I figure I might use the podium so I can have two hands to gesture.
Okay. You'll need to stand quite clear or quite close to the microphone for clarity. Anything. So I'll just move the other one.
Should I test this like this? Testing, testing. I've never been told I'm too quiet or need a microphone. Okay, just checking. You can keep murmuring amongst yourselves.
It's coming through on the live captions.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so if there's any problem, we'll just leave it.
Yeah, if there's any...
Leave it down there. Someone will hand up if you want to switch over.
Okay.
Otherwise, it makes it easier for us to do both sides of the...
I run pretty much straight 30 minutes, so there won't be question time, which I'm going to explain how to ask questions. Yeah, so probably no audience questions. I usually run 27 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
So if anyone who was without a seat wants to come up to the front, we do have plenty of room, and we'll get started with Debbie. And thank you very much.
All right, I'm on. Hey, everybody. I'm Debbie Levitt. This is, I know it says fitting UX into Agile and Agile into UX, but I like to call it improving DevOps results by correctly integrating UX. And again, I'm Debbie Levitt. I've been a UX strategist, designer, consultant, speaker, and trainer since the mid-90s. Who remembers the mid-90s? Thank you, people of a certain age. Good. Some of my jokes might fly. P-Type, short for prototype, is my full-service UX and design agency. Can't fool you, I am American, but I'm now located in Italy, so I like to say, come visit me and write it off as a business trip. We also help, in addition to UX work, we also help people build UX teams and improve their internal processes. So come talk to me about anything. And clients like to call me Mary Poppins because I fly in, fix everything, sing a few songs, and fly away, though I would prefer to stay on and keep doing UX things. Now, this session boils my two-day DevOps ICU workshop down to 30 minutes, so this is the minimum viable presentation. That means I probably won't have time for questions, but I'm using the Menti system, so at any point you're welcome to ask a question going to menti.com, and there's a number up on the bottom of every slide, 88752. Ask a question, put your email address in there, and if I don't catch you the rest of the day here, I promise to email you a friendly answer to any question. So that's that. Obviously, please tweet. I consider my presentation very tweetable. And in fact, to help you on slides where I've got words and bullet points, you will see this symbol appear, the camera, which means my bullet points are done loading, and it's a good time to take a picture. That's UX for you. I'm thinking about you. So I'm going to jump in, and so that was the housekeeping. So at many companies, engineering is fed by other teams. Blueprints, ideas, designs, and concepts, they come from somebody who made layouts, flows, and how the customer interacts with this system. These are non-engineering individuals and teams who are part of collaboration throughout software development. Engineering doesn't operate in a vacuum. But too many companies are excluding or circumventing UX because they see it excluded from their agile maps, books, infographics, and training. Or they assume UX are just time and budget wasters, or UX just draws wireframes on a page and anybody can do that. Wrong. Expert UX architects research, design, test, and iterate on everything between someone saying, I have an idea, and let's get it to some developers to be built. DevOps is about so much more than how developers connect with IT, how infrastructure is managed, and how frameworks can be improved. It's about recognizing how many teams are truly involved in software development, how intertwined their roles are, and finding better ways to make sure everybody's at the table. Developers and engineering architects want to be involved when product and creative teams are designing the software or system, but where's that in the current definition of DevOps? And product, UX, and creative teams want to stay involved during development, engineering, and testing, but so many methodologies exclude them. These are old silos that we need to break down. All your customer sees is your user experience. That's it. They don't see 1,000 developers or agile or lean or waterfall. And you're a user too. The software and systems that you chose have competitors. What made you select the tools and apps and systems that you chose? And when you're using a system you don't like, are you thinking, I wonder how many sprints this took? No, you're not. When something doesn't work the way you expect it to, you're probably thinking, who built this piece of junk? And that's a good question. Who designed this product? Who researched with users like you to learn your habits, motivations, needs, and then design for those? And was this tested on you or humans before it was unleashed on the public? UX is driven by some of the same results that DevOps wants. We're problem finders, problem solvers, customer advocates, driven by product quality and building what customers really need. We care about our teams working efficiently and getting engaging, fantastic, easy to learn, easy to use, tell your friends it's great, products to market as fast as possible. Enhancing this relationship saves time, money, and sanity. Who knows what UX is? Anybody? 3 hands up. So, okay, that's why I'm here. So, user experience is the more scientific, psychological, and problem-solving side of product experience and service design. Our goals include happier, more loyal customers, ease of learning and use, shorter, more intuitive processes, and accessibility for people with mobility, vision, hearing, or other issues. Quick word about accessibility. This was an American football game that was on TV about 2 years ago, and Nike decided to get creative with normal team uniforms and instead put one team in all red and one team in all green. This was unfortunate for people who were red-green colorblind, for whom the game looked like this. And many tweeted, even including ex-football players tweeted, I can't follow this game, I have no idea what's going on, I don't know who these people are. And Nike caught a lot of backlash at the time, but my point in showing this is to remind you, if you thought UX just drew boxes on a page, A, we don't, and B, part of what we do is having to take differently abled people into account when designing interfaces. Just like software has processes like Agile, UX has one key approach that we should and do use, user-centered design. Now, we've got a short session here, so I can't really go through all of these, but I want to give you some high notes here. This can be a long process that takes a lot of time, or sometimes we're just doing pieces of this and we can move very quickly. So when UX gets requirements and other project information, it's important that UX collaborate right away with developers and engineering. We don't want to find out later that UX designed something that you guys can't build. And among that early project discovery work, UX should work with engineering to learn about the technologies being used, any boundaries or limitations, if we have all the services or API calls we need, or if we're going to have to write some new ones. Research is an important piece of what UX does. It's not user-centered without users. Please go back and say that to everyone you work with. Statistics and quantitative data are great, but there's just no substitute for interviewing users, deeply understanding them, and getting qualitative data. UX doesn't just want to know what, we want to know why. Information architecture has to do with hierarchies, structures, and taxonomies. This could be site navigation, or it could be something like the structure of a database that might be used for e-commerce items. So obviously you're building the architectural structure, but we might come up with the concepts of how items for sale could be organized so they're logical to users. Interaction design is what most of you think of when you're thinking UX. These are our wireframes and prototypes, the blueprints of our designs. These would show process flows, layouts, menus, interactions, paths, choices, and so much more. But wait, there's more. Now it goes to user testing, which happens during our process and before engineering writes a line of code. We need to make sure the idea and its execution are right for our target customers. We don't want engineering to try to build it or start building it until we're sure this was what will be built. User testing will bring to light any flaws, which gives UX the chance to iterate on our ideas and sends us back to the interaction design step. Where do we fit in? So let's say this is your process now if you're not really working with UX people or expert product designers. You have someone tell you what they want. That could be your client, your CEO, someone, a product manager or owner, someone with that vision. And then you build it, you test it, you get it on a server. Then what happens almost every time? Someone sees it and goes, oh, you know, now that I see it, I think I want something else. I see some crying, some nodding. Everybody knows how this one goes. You then have to circle back and go, okay, now what do you want? And breathe deeply. And you have to start again. Okay, what do you want? We'll build it, we'll test it, we'll get it on a server, and eventually you might release it live and hope that you don't end up being written awfully about in every tech blog. And maybe customers will like it. If you can include UX in your process, should look a little bit more like this. That client, product owner, CEO person with vision comes to the UX practitioner or team. Here's the idea. UX then starts cycling through as much of the user-centered design process as we've got the time and money to do, which is usually, hopefully, all of it. And please. And then we can iterate and try to find the best execution of the best idea. We can run it back by the stakeholders, make sure everybody's in, and then we bring it to user testing, which again happens before you guys write a line of code. If we find some flaws, we iterate on it, and finally we can have something that UX can package up, document, and get to engineers to be built. And that goes much better. And if someone changes their mind, they've got to go through me. Now, if someone changes their mind, the good news is UX runs interference, so it's not automatically put in as a developer change order. It should come back to us, especially if they're changing their mind during the UX process, which is a great time to change your mind because we haven't burned any money on engineering yet. The goal is for you to build a fantastic, vetted product once. Can you smell that? That is the sweet Guinness smell of not having to keep rebuilding your same thing over and over because somebody keeps changing their mind. So now let's talk briefly about UX and Lean before we get to Agile. Normally I run this as a poll, but we don't have time. So which one is the minimum viable jogging outfit? UX often disagrees with engineers and product managers on how lean do we go? What's the leanest thing we can build and release as an MVP? And non-UX roles often say the first one. I just ran this as a poll a few days ago in Arizona, and I think I got 80% voting for the first one. And you would have too, wouldn't you? Because it's viable, and minus the hat, it's minimal. And UX would say the middle one, because we want something to have enough features to create customer satisfaction. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. This is especially true for the first time your customer installs your app or visits your website. Is this going to be too lean for them to really use or enjoy or get fish hooked on? Remember that you're running the risk that customers think you're bad at this or you build broken things. And if they're turned off by the MVP and beta and they abandon, are they going to reinstall and give you another chance when you've come out with your new version? How often do you give companies second and third chances? That's why the cake is a lie. That's why for UX, the V in MVP stands for valuable. What is the leanest product we can build and release that the customer will still feel has great value? Customers don't care if you're calling it an MVP. They will be super thrilled to super hate it and go out on social media and tell everyone because people love negative attention. Take it from Eric, Mr. Lean, even if you're not doing lean. He said, what if we found ourselves building something nobody wanted? In that case, what did it matter if we did it on time and on budget? Go too lean and minimal and you might build something nobody wants. Your UX expert can help product and engineering prioritize stories and features to find that balance. Hey, who's ready to talk about UX and Agile? Buckle up. I'm going to use Safe Agile in some of my examples, but please know that everything I tell you should be true for all flavors of Agile, even though a few things are more specific to Safe. And let's face it, they're pretty easy to pick on, I find, as I've been doing these events. Once upon a time, I went for Safe Agile training, 4 days of it in 2014. I have since recovered. But what I found out was that when I asked them where UX fits into Safe, they literally told me, we don't know, and if you figure it out, please tell us. I have tried to tell them, they don't want to talk to me. So I'm out here telling you guys myself. Now, they give UX a little trash recycling icon on the bottom left corner in this orphaned block of stuff that says stuff like milestones and system team. Big whatever. That doesn't tell me what does UX do? Where do we fit in? Are we on agile teams? And when I show this to people, sometimes I get, well, Safe is a joke. But maybe or maybe not, but I have pretty much almost never found agile training, coaching, information books that said, here's who UX is, here's what they do, here's why they do it, and here's how you include them, the details of how you include them in your processes. And of course, if there are any agile trainers or consultants in the room, I'd like to speak with you. Please come to my desk after this. So where does UX fit into agile? First of all, nobody puts UX in the corner. Here's where UX, I'm glad you guys got that movie. Okay, here's where UX really lives. We're here in portfolio land, involved in what we're building, why we're building it, and prioritizing what we're building. We live here, if you're in Safe, in continuous exploration, that process of continually exploring the market and the user needs, defining that vision, roadmap, and features that will address the user needs. We are all about customer solutions. It's what we live for. We would like to make DevOps better. We want to improve and enhance the culture. We're all about decreasing failure rates, though we're thinking more on the human experience level than on the technical bug level. We want shorter time between fixes, but you know what I really wish for this Christmas? Fewer fixes. Better UX design earlier, fewer fixes later. One UX designer should be on your agile team. That person represents all of the creative team and can circle back with designers, copywriters, researchers, and others involved in that creative process. Invite your UX person to stand-ups, retros, release planning, any meeting or showcase where UX might be discussed. If something comes up and your UX partner couldn't make it to the meeting, Table it until you find that person. Missing a meeting is not an excuse to make a decision in someone else's field of expertise, because you wouldn't want me to do that with your job. So we're all over this thing. People who say UX doesn't fit into Agile or I don't know how usually just don't fully understand what UX does and how we do it, but you're starting to get that now, which will make you the genius hero at your company. I'm sure of it. Capes available in the lobby. So a few more notes on Agile. UX should be part of sprints, but for large or new projects, we're going to need weeks or months of runway ahead of time because of our longer process. If you want engineering to have us build something at kickoff, we must start ahead of everybody else. So we don't have a time machine. You can't be kickoff and have it ready today. I've been at that meeting. It wasn't fun. Please include UX in your iteration planning and understand that depending upon the features or stories, our time and tasks can vary greatly. This could be something we can wireframe or prototype quickly and be done, or it might be something that's going to require research and testing and more of our process. So let UX estimate the time they need so that this can be appropriately planned for. And include us in sprints, remembering we need to stay 2 or more sprints ahead of you. Doesn't that camera icon work? I came up with that. Now everyone's going to do it, but just credit me. Get plenty of tech stories or fixing of debt into the backlog. That way, if UX's creative and cyclical process runs late, devs can truly be agile. Instead of waiting for UX, go switch to some low-hanging fruit that product or engineering has prioritized. The key to the UX process is testing before delivering anything to engineering. That way we're sure we are building a great execution of that right idea for our customers. Research and testing can be a bottleneck, so your company is going to need to hire more of the right people so that there are fewer or no bottlenecks. And I recommend 1 UX architect for up to 3 projects depending upon their size. And if you can budget, oops, sorry, wrong one. 1 UX researcher supporting up to 3 UX architects. If you have what we call a T-shaped UX person like me, who can also subspecialize in research, testing, and other things, then you might not have the UX specialists doing research, but then don't give me so much work because I'm doing more tasks on your other stuff. Okay, now the shameful slide. Let's say your database programmer is a bit of a bottleneck right now. There's so many stories looking for their specialization. What do you do? Well, solutions could include pair programming, creating a skills matrix so that things can be better balanced in the future, maybe allowing more teammates to do exploratory testing so developers get feedback earlier. Maybe you just bring on another developer. But do you know what isn't suggested in this scenario? We don't suggest that the specialized programmer train other people on their specialty. But I read a book about Scrum that warned UX specialists might end up a bottleneck, so get your UX specialist to train everybody on her job. At an event on Tuesday, a business analyst told me, yeah, he's making wireframes because UX is a bottleneck. And I told him to please stop. So let's say I'm your UX teammate, and I studied some basic programming language in the 70s. I know you're all impressed, right? That tells me I've got an eye for coding. I've got a feel for programming. Would you like to teach me some Python because you're a little backed up? How about I go take a 3-day boot camp and then do some coding on the project? That's an eerie silence, people. You're not cheering for this. Somehow I find when I turn it around and it's me doing your job, all of a sudden people don't like that idea. So and it also hurts culture because it's just another moment when UX is being told anybody can do your job. So if you wouldn't do it to your non-UX roles, please don't do it to your UX roles. And remember Agile Manifesto principles. I'm not letting you get away with forgetting those. Principle 1, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer. That means getting valuable, delightful, easy to learn, easy to use, life-improving stuff out to our customers. Principle 5, give motivated individuals the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. You have to hire great UX workers and trust them and give them what they need. Principle 9, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Don't just make it good, make it great. And my favorite, Principle 10, simplicity. The art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. When UX kills or changes features, we're often seen as the bad guys, but engineering should support our efforts to create less work for you by creating simpler or fewer features, or by eliminating projects that are wrong for the company or team to undertake. And this is where I normally tell a story about nightmare 6-month project that burned so much of the company's money only to be removed later as clutter, which I had predicted, and nobody would listen. So definitely listen to your UX experts. They actually know something. UX is a valuable investment. A company I won't name earlier this year ran into a host of issues when they had to announce that they were going to do a redesign of their most recent redesign. Once the product was released, they found that customers considered the new features clutter, obstacles, and drawbacks. Customers hadn't asked for these features, and they didn't want, need, or like them. The backlash was serious. We don't know who this is. This is just any company. The backlash was serious enough that their company blog had to admit the new version was overcomplicated, lacking simplicity, cluttered, difficult to navigate, and had gone a little too far with some wacky visual design choices. How much did this company spend on all of these concepts, layouts, engineers, and building and testing for multiple platforms? And now the cost to undo and redo. $1 million? More? Think about the time and money this company could have saved if they had pivoted or changed direction before developers wrote a line of code. UX research helps us know the target customers so well that we can tell you ahead of time if something is likely to be the wrong way to go. We can also create rapid UX prototypes of early concepts and run tests on real or archetypal customers to learn if it's likely to be a good match. We can know upfront. There's no longer a good reason or an excuse to just build it, just ship it, and find out later it's a disaster. Companies can save heaps of time, money, staff resources, and customer agony by integrating the full UX process. Your UX department would have known at multiple points that that previous unnamed example was overcomplicated, lacking simplicity, cluttered, and difficult to navigate, and a little tough on the eyes. UX specialists should be working hand in hand with product teams early on so that we can block or improve ideas that are unlikely to match the customer. So compare the budget your company might spend on UX, because I hear, oh, we can't afford UX. I go, well, you can't afford not to do UX. You want to end up like those guys in the news? So compare it to having to add more customer service reps because people find the new features frustrating, confusing, disappointing, cluttered, or difficult. How about the cost to throw more money at your social media managers to handle complaints? How about the cost of employees who leave because creating customer dissatisfaction is soul-crushing? That's knowledge out the door, plus the cost to recruit, onboard, and train. How about the cost of increasing marketing spending because this piece of junk is hard to sell, or you're trying to win back customers who left? The cost of having engineering rebuild when customer backlash forces product changes. But we can measure how it's working, because people here like to measure things. So, without customer satisfaction, you might not have customers. If you like quantitative data, we can measure how improving your processes with UX have made positive changes. Let's take a look at customer service, call centers, and social media. Are we getting fewer complaints, better app ratings, higher app ratings, better app reviews, fewer support tickets, fewer call center calls, and more positive semantics of social posts? What about more app installs and fewer app uninstalls? How about people spending more money? I think most companies love when that happens. Higher average order value, or people converting more from becoming tire kickers to customers. And each of these is also measurable. These are some typical DevOps goals. How long do stories, projects, and epics take to get to market before and after your UX revolution? I'd also imagine that developer time estimates become more accurate when developers are working from finalized UX designs rather than stories or descriptions or what you're doing now. And if UX is providing blueprints and those are being followed, then we're hoping engineering has less work by reducing surprise changes and rebuilds. Internal communication and culture are also measurable, but you'll probably have to turn that into some sort of survey because they can end up very qualitative and anecdotal. When you're making organizational and process changes, sometimes things get worse before they get better. So what's the very short version of what could be going wrong? Are we building the right thing? Is product collaborating with UX on what features, ideas, or stories to build? Are we allowing UX to kill or alter? Sorry, that's a tough kill on that one. Are we allowing UX to brutally murder or alter ideas during initial planning and treatments? Is UX being overruled, circumvented, or excluded, like I was at almost every job I had in San Francisco and Silicon Valley, at companies you would know? Empower and include UX. Don't let others do their specialized job. Make sure you allot time and budget for user testing. This can help you know before developers build if the idea or execution are poor. And how about the quality, experience, and expertise of the UX practitioners you're hiring? Who's doing the UX work? Juniors, artists, non-specialists, non-UX roles? We've got to improve who we hire if we want to improve that user experience. And quickly, tech troubles are perceived as bad UX. I've got a quick poll I want everybody to take, so get out your phones and please go to menti.com. Hopefully it'll load up. I'm going to take this right to the end. And I've got a question. We're going to rate a few things from this doesn't bother the customer at all, to this is so bad that the customer is likely to leave us or consider leaving us. I see some people jumped in early on it because you might have looked at Menti. So let's get some more votes here. I'll give you a few more seconds. I know I've only got a couple of minutes left up here, but please let's get some more votes. Go to menti.com, 88752, and just want to see if we can get a few more votes up there. It's right up at the top, menti.com, 88752. Oh, you guys were out late last night, weren't you? You all look so sad. Well, anyway, as we've got a few more people involved, remember that the first four that you see up here deeply affect the user's experience. And you know this. You're giving them some high ratings that, hey, this could be so bad the customer leaves. Now, the last one is about time and budget, and that's bad for DevOps, but as you all voted, it mostly doesn't have to affect the customer. Maybe the customers have to wait a little bit longer for the next release. But the poll reminds you that you know that poor UX is enough to make customers leave or consider leaving, which means it's important. It's make or break. We need to work smarter and get qualified experts in every step of planning, prioritization, and design, and many of the development steps. And super quickly, once upon a time, people would excuse slow websites and say, this website's good, but it's slow. And now they say, I don't like it because it's slow. So 2019, stop putting off those refactoring and database fixes and server issues that you've been putting off. Time to take care of them. So please take a photo of this. It's got a bunch of URLs on it that I would love for you to track down later. There is a 2-day version of this course. If you liked the 30-minute one, you'll like the 2-day version. If you didn't like the 30-minute one, you're going to really hate the 2-day version. The 2-day version also comes in a handy 6-hour pre-recorded video. That is, yes, my voice for 6 hours, so definitely some extra cream in the coffee. And I'm also doing a couple of live ones online for people who like to see live versions of things. So again, just check the workshops page for where else you can find me. And I've got a discount code for anybody who wants to do any of the paid versions of anything. So photograph that, check it out later. I'm around all day, and I threw some business cards on the water tables on your way out because I know it's break time. Thank you so much. 30 minutes exactly.
Thank you, Debbie, and as you just said, right on the nose. So we're going to take a break now for everybody to get their coffee and get refreshed, and then come back in 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Hi, everybody. I know, you have to come up to me as a human and ask me things. Yes, that's not mine.
It was fabulous talk.
Thank you, thank you.
Why?
Yes.
You've justified, right, why you exist.
Yes.
Why are you having such a battle to try and persuade enterprise?
It's really difficult because, especially with some of the training and information that's out there, like for example, there's almost no
It's coming into my laptop.
There's auxiliary input there as well.
Oh yeah? That would be easiest. Because then I don't have to, again, try and battle with Linux for it. Awesome.
Let's check that.
live stream. Oh god, yeah, okay. Oh god. That's a pain. Does it sound okay?
Turn down some volume there.
On my laptop?
Yeah, seems to be clearing the buzz that was on it.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean we can turn it down there and then turn it up here. Let me just see if there's my laptop set up.
Yeah, so you can
Yeah, it sounds okay
just
there.
put it up halfway whenever you're about to play.
I can't hear it in the room right now though. Is that too quiet?
Maybe a little, yeah.
Is it? Is it still buzzing in the stream?
There's a little, yeah.
Because I'm only at 70%.
Yeah, you can crank it up to 100, so the buzz is probably coming from this control here.
Yeah. I don't hear any buzzing. It's weird. Yeah, okay. Don't pull any punches.
I work with her, so.
Yeah, oh, yeah?
You're talking about slapping the same UX team. So.
Yeah, alright, fair enough.
I agree.
Let me just try the other video in case it has a very different level of audio. Scroll right to the end.
After we planted the forest, the river came back. Its banks are full of water, even in the dry season.
I actually can't hear it at all.
My name is Almas. I'm from Safa in Ethiopia, and I have 2 children,
There we go.
2 hens, 2 goats, and 1 husband. Before planting the trees, I collected sand from the river for 20 cents. It was hard work and dangerous too. But my life is different now. With other women in my village, I am planting a forest on communal land.
The buzz is coming from this input here,
Is
I
it?
think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks to the trees that
I was just going to say, like, we know the basics are working, so I can come back before we come back after lunch and,
Okay,
then, and
perfect,
sort
yeah.
out the rest.
We can maybe reroute the audio through the HDMI.
Yeah, I can try and figure out how to do that. Yeah.
Sound.
Cool. All right, thanks.
Yeah, good.
Thanks very much, guys.
Sorry to take up all
No worries. This is
Thank you very much.
HDMI and...
Yeah, I think I tested some this morning. You weren't here though, so tell me if everything's right.
Oh, yeah. You were in section 1 this morning, right?
No, we were in here before that.
Okay,
We were in, it was in pretty early.
It wasn't dropping out or anything, the projector?
No, but I found it really blurry.
Was blurry, yeah.
Yeah, see it there now, it's pretty bad, like.
Yeah, from up here when you're quite close.
Yeah, we thought that too, like when we just go away, but
What about these small writing?
no, we don't really, like, we have some, nothing key, like, to the... Okay, perfect. There's 2 of us speaking, so we have 2 mics, or we just use this one? Or?
No, well, you can use the podium, or I have a set of handhelds. You can use one each.
I'm happy using the podium.
Because we're looking pretty much reading off it, like.
Yeah.
What are people doing this morning? Podium or handheld?
A mixture.
Yeah.
The sound seems to be clearer on the stream podium though. So.
And is this being used for the?
No, this is for
you.
myself, yeah.
Okay.
The audio is being sent that laptop over there for the captioning.
You're working up for yourself. These techie conferences.
So yesterday was a bit of a stressful day. Today everything seems to be well sorted.
So we're around here then, is it alright there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Better off that.
So just now here from there.
Yeah, you can give us a if you need to. Yeah.
hear my own, is it? Yeah.
I'm gonna fall off the edge then, like I'll step back out of your way.
Keep talking anyway if I do fall off. If I forget to do your slide, obviously you have to flick it through yourself.
Likewise. I barely remember which I'm supposed to talk unless my slide pops up. I won't remember. Like I do. I think I kind of know the flow of it.
Testing.
Mic was working really good. Oh, it's like.
everyone come on in. There's still plenty of seats up the front here, so don't be shy. Okay, so as you can see, I am not Dara. I think we've put enough hard work on Dara for the last day and a half. So well done to Dara. Thanks for all your work the last 2 days. So just a quick reminder, first of all, for our social media. Thanks to everyone participating online, but we have a hashtag going at the moment, DevOpsDays Galway. So get involved in the conversation, see what people are saying about the speakers, and it's a chance to just get involved with people around you without having to talk out in the halls. So, introducing our next speakers from Cisco, we have Kevin Connaughton and Aaron Ford talking on adopting SRE in enterprise organization.
Okay, Gur Maithagad agus Fáilte. Just want to very quickly start by saying a couple of thank yous. And first up, I want to say, I know we have a captive audience here, but I want to say thank you for your time. Appreciate it. I know time is precious. And also, just a quick shout out to the organisers/volunteers for letting us pitch and for organising this event. And then finally, I want to give a shout out to Jennifer Petoff for stealing our thunder yesterday. Or, no, sorry, on a positive note, for setting us up, so giving us a platform so we could talk about our journey on SRE at Cisco Galway. Okay, so over to introductions. My name, as Emma said, is Kevin Connaughton. I'm part of the SRE/operations team at Cisco Galway. I've been at Cisco for 8 years, and I started in Cisco Galway in a QA role. I guess in preparing for this talk, I have to admit that I was wondering, was I a bit of a charlatan when it came to SRE, because I wouldn't be from a strong programming background. But that said, I've done the hard yards when it comes to sysadmin type roles before I came to Cisco. I've been one of those guys that sat on the floor of a cold server room in vendor sites in the wee hours of the morning. You'd have a phone in one hand, laptop in the other hand. So that's sort of where my experience is. And I think I was speaking to Jennifer after the talk yesterday. We discussed about, is it necessary to have all software engineers in your SRE team? And it's not necessarily the case. It's good to have the diversity. And just to emphasize that, I was actually listening back to a talk by Stephen Thorne, who's also a Googler over in London, and he gave a talk recently and emphasized the same point. Then just one little bit of trivia about me. I guess last time I gave a speech to this many people was in a room very similar to this, and it was just down the road at the Great Southern Hotel, now the Merrick, and I was the best man for my brother. That was back in 1998, so quite a while ago. But even back then, maybe I was an early adopter because I used a PowerPoint slide deck at that time as well. One of the first, I think, in Galway anyway.
Okay, thanks. So I'll introduce myself. My name's Aaron Ford, also part of the same SRE/operations team at Cisco Galway, working on the same cloud-based product. I've worked there for the past 7 years as a software developer, and recently taking a lead role in applying what we're going to discuss today to other teams within Cisco Galway. So what are we going to cover in today's talk? We're going to go through a quick insight into the project we applied this process to, so that you can all see how it can be applied to your own projects, along with the definition of site reliability engineering, its key elements and tenets. And then we're going to pull apart each of those key elements with an explanation, how we applied the element, and further possible improvements in that area. Let's call it our journey through SRE. The key elements being obviously the structure of the teams, meetings and iteration process, identifying and actioning toil, what are service level indicators, importance of metrics and monitoring them, and finally how to handle incidents effectively. Just before we continue as well, I'd also like to start with a couple of statements. We're presenting these learnings about adopting this process, but I'd like to acknowledge that it's very much a combined set of learnings with our team, Cisco Galway, some of whom are in the audience, and even the organising committee, I guess, of this conference. And also, you may hear us use the term operations team and SRE team quite loosely, as I guess we started off with the operations team as the term for what we do today, but it follows very closely, as you'll see, to the SRE model.
Okay, let's begin by giving an overview of our product, first of all, to set the context. And the aim here is really to demonstrate how we differ from other enterprises, and thereby giving you an appreciation of how we came to our own particular adoption of SRE. So as you can see, our product is an enterprise cloud calling solution. It's called WebEx Calling, and it's hosted predominantly in AWS. And as you can see, we have video-enabled endpoints, and they're out at our customer sites, and they're connected over the top to the cloud solution. So in terms of AWS, we have EC2 instances to run all our call processing engine and our edge components, among other components. We have a number of Cloud Foundry microservices, which we'll explain later, and we also have we run some AWS Lambda serverless code, and we use that mostly for alerting. Then we have a fully redundant AWS data center in production, which we switch between on a monthly cadence. We use AWS Route 53 to switch between the data centers, and we integrate to that using Bodo 3. We also update our routing records when we're switching between active and inactive for new releases. So carrying on from that, 4 years ago when we started this project, it was basically a clean slate. So, and not only was it a greenfield project, but it was also a transition from on-premise development to cloud for many of the development team. So we had a lot of learnings and challenges ahead. But I guess straight up we knew that the typical model for operations and support would not scale. So we looked at best practices at the time. And from there we adopted and tweaked some of the core tenets of SRE. And this is kind of a recap from yesterday, but some of the quotes from the SRE handbook might say that SRE is fundamentally doing the work that has been historically done by an operations systems administrator team, but using engineers with software experience. And maybe just to emphasize that SRE is what happens when you ask a software engineer to design an operational team. And it's often used for large distributed computer systems. I guess if there's one core belief by the SRE, it's that the most fundamental feature of any product is its reliability. So I guess Google compiled a set of principles to try and achieve that. And if you wanted to break it down, I mean, it was called out yesterday, the difference between SRE and DevOps, but in a nutshell, SRE is really more focused on the systems engineering role.
So, as Kevin mentioned, we adopted the SRE model. So what does this model look like in our organization, or in a organization, and what about the alternatives? So, Google have development team or teams and different SRE teams. They have clear handoff requirements for development teams to the SRE team, and on the flip side, consequences for development team enforced by the SRE team to maintain quality. Netflix, however, have a cross-functional team where they build and deploy in one, and this is called, they coin it the freedom of responsibility approach. I guess while the Netflix model is building the shared responsibility by putting people on similar teams, the Google model is building shared responsibility with tools and techniques, and guess what, it's the same high velocity, same high quality results from both. And obviously both of these companies are known for how they build and run their services. So I guess the point here, the key point is that not everybody's enterprise's go-to-market strategy fits these models. So let's take a look at what Cisco did to adopt SRE. So we have a clear SRE team and feature development teams with clear boundaries to maintain quality, just like Google. Working off agile with 2-week sprints, 8 engineers approximately per team. However, the main difference is we introduced a rotation model of engineers into our SRE team. 6 to 8 weeks we found was the best. We felt to remove the fire it over the fence mentality, ensure there was greater responsibility for code changes, whilst helping to get a fresh set of eyes to identify toil items in the SRE team. And also, of course, it gives the folks developing features a good understanding, and they're also getting to think of deployment and supportability throughout their development. So this model ensured that everyone in the wider team knew how to support the service, and this also gave us a bigger rota for out-of-hours support. Initially, this rotation model worked well and continues, obviously, to work well. However, we've iterated just a little bit further on this by keeping an engineer or two in for longer periods of time in the SRE team. Helps maintain consistency, and I guess it's an anomaly that we're trying to work through to find a sweet spot for our SRE team. One of the points here is that the SRE team was sized dynamically, depending on the incoming issues. Our current model with 2-week sprints allowed us to adapt quickly and even reduce the size with maturity. Okay, continuing on with the process, I guess, that we followed. As I mentioned, our feature teams were following an agile process for structures, so the SRE team naturally followed some of these structures to fill in the gaps and keep abreast of incoming development changes. The forum for most of this was at end of sprint demos, where the SRE team enforced feature completeness and reliability, and also presented readouts on service health metrics, for example. As we were part of the larger team also delivering the same product, we attended the weekly team tech talks so we could learn together as a team, so we weren't siloed into our teams. Also, there was a daily operationals call. We deemed this necessary just to ensure that correct priorities being worked on a day-to-day basis, as things seem to change very frequently in the SRE team. And then, as with all services, we've had our horror stories, our outages, but we have a clear, blameless post-mortem process that we call RCAs, and from these we codified gates to prevent issues like that happening again. We got beyond blame, I guess, as a team, and considered our outages as an opportunity to strengthen our pipeline. Now, of course, we have to have a ticket system. We're all still engineers, and we strive for some order, I guess, on chaos, and also as we have to reprioritize quite frequently with the SRE team, an efficient system is a must. New issues checked daily to ensure they are valid, correctly prioritized, and also we implemented a once-a-week scrub of these issues to bring experts in to help further groom and prioritize. We settled on Jira as the tool of choice, mainly very flexible and mature, allowing us to put in effort at the beginning. We were able to create dashboards, filters, and then we were able to take a kind of a backseat approach for the day-to-day operations. By backseat, I mean that we have multiple integrations that we leveraged. By identifying toil early, we were able to generate a chatbot that was able to ping us and alert us on new Jiras. So then we were a more reactive rather than proactive team, freeing up the SRE engineers, I guess. It also gave us the ability, as I mentioned, to size the SRE team dynamically, and it was this main metric that we used at the Jira throughput to apply that.
Okay, so just going back to some of the core tenets of SRE, as called out yesterday, toil is one of those, and on this slide it kind of goes a little bit further. It says toil is the enemy. And there's the quote there, I think was called out yesterday from Vivek, that toil is the kind of work that is tied to running a production server that tends to be manual, repetitive, automatable, tactical, devoid of enduring value, and that scales linearly as the service grows. And we have another slide here which kind of like just breaks that down a little bit more, shows you more or less the same words, but just like in a table format. Okay, so the objective here really is to reduce the toil. So I guess if you read the SRE handbook, it would be that site reliability engineers typically spend up to 50% of their time dealing with the daily care and feeding of software applications, and they spend the rest of their time writing code, just like any other software developer, but with a focus on automating away the toil. I guess basically you don't want to be stuck in that firefighting mode. You need to get that engineering time to improve how we work, and of course you need leadership buy-in to achieve this.
Okay, great. Now we know what toil is. Let's run through a real-world example that we have implemented. So our pipeline is probably the finest example we have of identifying toil and removing it successfully, automating away today's work. Initially, there was a large amount of manual effort deploying our code to production. We even needed a second engineer to observe and ensure any of the manual changes made on AWS didn't include any errors. We used Ansible and Jenkins to script our deployment flow, reducing most of the manual effort. We then took our Jenkins jobs, scheduled them to run, and automated away any manual deploy decisions we had, like checking system health and changelog monitoring, for example. Also, then we took this to another level again by completely syncing up all of our backup data centers that Kevin mentioned, getting us to a hands-off deployment pipeline that alerts the SRE team if an issue occurs, again, moving us to a reactive rather than a proactive SRE team. And I guess another added benefit on top of time saving is the reduced opportunity for human error and risk. Now, 100% of our deployment time is automatic, and the frequency of our production deploys is up tenfold. I guess while our feature code was now in a lovely automatic pipeline, there was a lot of happy engineers for a while until we hit one more toil item. The Jenkins and Ansible scripts we used to deploy our software to our data center was versioned, but was not in a pipeline of its own. Therefore, there was a chance of a change to an Ansible group or a change in some deployment parameters, for example, and the first time them changes were run was on an actual automatic deploy to production. Not a great idea, so I guess the SRE team had to manually ensure that this didn't happen, but once we identified this manual step, we went about automating it away. Perfect example of toil. So now for our deployment code is in its own pipeline, has to go through its own integration test deployments before getting promoted to production deployment code. All in all, SRE team regained confidence in their tools to deploy the software. I guess we've one other toil item that we've identified and we're planning to work and address in the future, I guess, is our scale issues, I guess. At present, we have some static thresholds in place, so when we exceed those thresholds, the SRE team gets alerted and extra nodes are added by the SRE team to handle load. It's a manual effort at the moment, so we'd like to make that a little bit more dynamic and also giving us the ability to scale up or scale down then for cost savings. So that's a thing that's on our radar, I guess.
Okay, our next core principle or principles here is the SLI, SLO, SLAs that were also mentioned yesterday. So just to recap, SLI, service level indicator. I guess you can have SLIs for various different metrics, such as availability, latency, or quality, just examples. And an actual example of one SLI for latency might be the proportion of home pages requests served successfully in less than 100 milliseconds. So then SLO, service level objective, is the goal for how much availability or latency or quality you want out of your system. Basically, what you are prepared to tolerate. And another example of that might be that you want 99% of those page requests in the past 28 days served in less than 100 milliseconds. And then SLA is more the traditional approach or agreement where what happens if you're not meeting those objectives, i.e. you put a freeze on deployments until an SLO is achieved. And as shown, I think this diagram here gives a good indicator of that there. And then the difference, the error budget is the difference between SLI, SLO, and there has to be a consequence, which has been called out before as well. If the error budget is used up, the team must then expend their time involved in testing or improving the testing suite, or maybe monitoring capabilities of the system. And just to call out also that it's good even just to have the conversation with the stakeholders regarding the SLOs and SLIs and get agreement across those stakeholders being project managers, SRE team, developers, etc. And something that probably we need to improve on, it was called out yesterday, is maybe even to document those SLOs. And then finally on this point is that here we have actually developed service level indicators that give us metrics on service health, pipeline health, and SRE team throughput. Eventually, these became live dashboards and even fronted by bots where we could query at any time from anywhere. This also gives us the ability to make automated pipeline decisions. And this, our next slide, is just a quick example maybe of an SLO that we use in our deployment pipeline. So here early in our project, we basically developed a full automated suite of end-to-end tests in Python. And now our automated deployment pipeline is gated on an SLO based on these tests. So for example, we might have 100% pass rate on our quick sanity tests and a 98% pass rate is necessary on our detailed sanity.
Okay, so Mikey Dickerson is a former site reliability manager at Google, and he created this hierarchy of reliability. Excuse me, with the most important need at the base of the pyramid, monitoring. Monitoring is fundamental. The formal definition is collecting, processing, aggregating, and displaying real-time quantitative data about a system. Next is incident response or alerting. Something is broken, someone needs to fix it right now, or something may break or is about to break, and someone should take a look soon. That's alerting in a nutshell. Monitoring and alerting together enables a system to tell us when it's broken or it's about to break. And when a system is not able to automatically fix itself, we want a human to investigate that alert, determine if there is a real problem, and determine the root cause. Another journey we took around observability is with our metrics and dashboards. Initially, I recall the SRE team having upwards of 15 bookmarks to dashboards that we would check multiple times a day, all monitoring system health and trying to identify issues early, I guess. We iterated on this toil item, I guess, to generate smarter dashboards with thresholds that alert engineers, again, moving to a reactive process rather than proactive. And I guess here's an example of one of these smarter dashboards implemented in Grafana. So I guess we can go through a very recent horror story that we had 2 or 3 weeks ago whilst migrating to a backup AWS data center. Our EC2 instances ran into issues, exceeded CPU thresholds, as you can see here, and paged our SRE team. I guess we applied good incident management practices here, swapped back to another well-behaved AWS data center, and investigated the issue without the extra pressure of an outage. A medical analogy that often gets used here to describe this behavior is getting a patient from ICU to regular ward care. Thankfully, these planned data center switches are to keep our redundancy sites and process well-oiled, and these are completed in maintenance windows, so there was no actual real customer outage here.
Okay, so back to our product. I guess when transmitting voice and video, quality is the key. And much of our monitoring is based on media quality. And our goal, I guess, is as an ops team, we need to know if a customer or user is having media quality issues and what is causing those problems. So we need to measure the media experience of our users, prioritize measures to improve media quality, diagnose, identify media quality issues. Okay, so if we go back to our actual product, you can see here we've got raw stats that are being generated by 3 different sources. These are what we call tier 1 metrics. And say there's stats coming in from the phones, which are on customer sites, from the edge devices, and the call processing engine, which is in AWS itself. So we developed a Python-based Cloud Foundry microservice called the Media Quality Analyzer. It extracts these tier 1 raw stats from the ELK stack, enriches them, and pushes them back into Elasticsearch. It creates daily and hourly aggregations on a per customer level and on per call path level. Then having all this data dimensioned correctly lets us create some really powerful dashboards in Kibana. And I guess here's a sample of one of those dashboards. So now in our daily ops call, we can view the overall quality and loss over all calls. We can see which media path is performing best and which is performing worst, which particular customer is better or worse in terms of call quality. So I guess we can proactively reach out to customer based on lost, and our baseline is complete customer base. And in terms of impact, we can quickly work on issues which are the most significant and which fixes improve the most cases for the most users. And this is scalable. We can work when this is thousands of users or millions of users, and it's repeatable and automatable. And I guess finally on this point, if, as an example, you take a tier 1 metric such as packet loss reported by a device, if we enhance that metric, we can build an SLO such as if more than 10% of our largest customers are experiencing greater than 0.5% packet loss, then we need to take action. So we do and we are alerted on such metrics. And as an example, even this year, on another DC flip, we started getting paged for this particular alert. And when we were able to investigate it, we determined that there was a problem with fiber interconnects into one of the AWS DCs. Just a final point here is that we do focus here on percentiles and not averages. Okay, so next up is incident response. So I guess just some of the mechanics. I know there was a talk on PagerDuty or on call this morning, but just for our own, the way we work here in Cisco Galway, from the start we had a PagerDuty pool which was made up of the engineers from both dev and ops. And as Aaron mentioned, the developers would rotate into the ops team. And I guess spending time in that ops team would help you prepare for being on call, and it would also align incentives between developers and operations. I guess we initially used a primary and secondary solution, but over time we moved to just a primary only with Follow the Sun. The change suited our setup as the number of incidents declined as the product matured, and I guess you were on call less often. But I guess we can see the merit in having a primary and secondary, both for practical reasons and to reduce that stress burden. So, as is shown here on the slide, our incident response has matured over time. I suppose in the beginning we relied a lot on the hero mentality where a subject matter expert would parachute in, save the day. But now we move to a model of having well-documented processes with learning inputs to the process. But I guess getting to that point of having good documentation has its own journey. And we realized that the organic growth of the content was getting out of hand, and critical ops content was hard to find because we had content littered in different wikis, repos, shared folders, etc. So we followed the SRE model and created runbooks, like was mentioned earlier this morning as well, and we placed them under source control. But I guess as documentation is always put on the long finger, and for it to be done well, it has to be done, it's a collective responsibility. One of our efforts to organize these runbooks was to do what we called war games. So basically, for us, these war games were just, we'd set up workshops which involved both the ops team and the devs teams. We split these into small groups, and then we'd assign a scenario to each group, and that group would take that away, discuss how best to triage the incident. They'd pull the logs from and work on them and use troubleshooting first principles. They check for existing docs, does any exist, and search the chat rooms for similar incidents, which should have recorded how the incidents were resolved. And then the outcome of that would be you'd write up a skeleton runbook as a group, talk through the triage steps, present the findings to the other groups, and then refine and publish. I guess bottom line is we want a maximum return on valuable information versus the time spent creating it. And I guess here, this is just a sample template whereby we have, at the top, we want to make sure that if a guy gets called at 2 o'clock in the morning, he's got a context for the actual, what he's being paid for, because he might not be a subject matter expert in that area. And then set the customer expectations. And then, of course, troubleshooting steps. They need to be concise and the most important information at the top. And if possible, add links to dashboards and commands that need to be run, but you have to be very careful with those to make sure they're executed in advance and everything is okay. And of course, as was called out this morning, you're not alone basically on these things, so an escalation path, and we often put in links to previous incidents as well. And then Aaron called this out earlier, but we do use chat rooms as collaboration over email, much like any other company, and we have dedicated rooms with PagerDuty integrated for incidents. And we have developed the chatbot, as Aaron mentioned, which integrates with PagerDuty itself, and it'll pull a string from the associated page. Then it runs a fuzzy logic search of our runbooks. It'll find the matching runbook and post it, just like in the slide here. It basically rules engine, I guess, using if this, then that approach. Okay, so then sort of basically if there was a little thing we're working on right now on the future, it's the smarter paging. So we want to avoid those pages, a bit like was mentioned earlier as well, where that if it's not actual issue. So read through the actual logs of the page, classify those pages, and then when they're put in a particular bucket, we can run further actions on those. So the next time we hit this issue, it will avoid someone being woken up.
Okay, let's recap on the key takeaways and learnings when trying to adopt SRE into enterprise. I guess one size SRE does not fit all. Be open to modifying process that's in the books. Keep identifying toil. There's always room for improvement. Reliability is number one throughout all iterations of code base and process. And patience through process changes. Give changes time to see if they pay off. I guess we're still on this journey and iterating also on this process. I guess the final point is that this was our blueprint for SRE and DevOps for a single team in Cisco Galway that we've obviously now started to apply to other teams with great success. And wrapping up, we're going to recommend obviously the 3 O'Reilly books mentioned yesterday, and also like to reference Damon Edwards, who's an expert in improving how businesses operate. I think he wrote a chapter in the latest Seeking SRE book. I've also included some links to other SRE talks and a weekly newsletter. And any questions?
Do we have time for one question? I think we do. So, Rusty,
I'll
leave it up to you to decide.
Sure. Your hand shot up here, so here we are.
Thanks for the presentation. I was just wondering that we have Jenkins script, and what kind of visualizations you use around Jenkins, apart from Kibana, or was Kibana was your main target for the visualization?
So for Jenkins, for our pipeline, is it?
Yeah, for overall visualizations, what did you use apart from Kibana?
Visualizations, yeah, no, we went through multiple tools, I guess, and iterated, I guess, across them, but I think we kind of settled near the end with Grafana as our tool of choice, and it gave us the ability for smart alerting, I guess, that links straight into our PagerDuty rotas that already existed, so I think we settled on Grafana, I think, for majority.
We have Mark. Yeah. Thanks for the presentation. Could you comment on what you're using for storing your runbooks in terms of for review when present? So obviously for reviewing the runbooks as entries come in, but also for viewing the runbooks.
Well, we're using Markdown just to actually write them up, and then just in the regular repo, same repo as our source code, like GitHub, like. Yeah.
Okay, well, big thanks to...
Hold on, wait. I'm walking.
Thank you. When you rotate your people in from the engineering, the dev teams, how do you prevent disrupting them from their projects that they're working on? And do you have any resistance to that? Is kind of my question.
Well, I guess we're all bought into the process, I guess, by now, but for ramping them up, we use the runbooks, I think, quite heavily to ramp people in and to get them up to speed, I guess, quickly in ops. And we address any of the issues, I guess, on the other side for feature planning at planning time. So the capacity is reflected in there, so that we know what we can afford to spend on features, I guess.
I think we got time for one more. Are we good? We're just at time now, so make it quick.
Thanks. Just to follow on from the last question, right? When you cycle in your devs into your SRE team, I'm guessing you cycle out ops guys. What do you do with those? Because the difference between you and Intercom was that you started with an ops team, whereas they started kind of with a more fresh approach.
Yes, so I guess we're all development engineers, we're all engineers, so they move straight back into the development team. So it's one larger development team that we've, I guess, pulled the SRE team from. So they're just rotating back into the feature team and back around. So.
Okay, well, that's all we have time for. So big thank you to Kevin and Aaron. Okay, so just a quick reminder on our open spaces. So we have a physical and a digital version. We have our whiteboard outside with post-it notes. So if you have any suggestions for the open space this afternoon, please feel free to post a topic and we'll filter through those. Also, we have the Menti page. So that's on menti.com and the code is 676901. We're going to try and get it up now. Okay, sorry about the delay there. So for open spaces topics, if you prefer to post online, you can go menti.com 676901. So they'll be collaborating together in the afternoon. So just a reminder of our social media as well, if you want to engage online, and also if you want to suggest anything to the organizers, come up to any of us in the white t-shirts, or you can email us as well. Oh yeah, so also, sorry, just go back. Sorry, we've had a number of people asking, could we get the talks published? So we have been collaborating with the speakers to try and get them to send us their talks. So all the talks that we receive from them, we will publish to our website, DevOpsDays.org. So you can go to Galway from there, and if you go to the program, select the speaker's name, their slide deck will be available from there. So if you have any presentations to do from work, that's a handy place to get the slides. So we'll try and publish those as soon as possible. So just before lunch, we have our few gold sponsors to come up to say a few words, and then one more talk before lunch. So first of all, I'd like to introduce from Chef Rory Fennell.
Hi, good afternoon, folks. My name's Rory Fennell. I'm a software developer at Chef. I've travelled down from Belfast for the conference where Chef recently launched their new R&D office. It's been great talking to some of you outside at the booth. From talking to you, I can see that a lot of you are familiar with Chef for configuration management, especially through recipes, cookbooks, that sort of stuff. I'd like to take a minute just to talk about two other awesome projects that we have at the minute. And hopefully they can bring some benefits to your projects and your processes. The first of those is InSpec. InSpec is a testing framework which allows you to roll your compliance and security testing into your actual CI/CD pipeline. So what you can do is you can actually describe how you want the state of your infrastructure to be after it's brought up and deployed. You can test your AWS instances, your Azure instances, or even just local deployments and VMs. The second project that I'd like to tell you about is Habitat. Habitat is a tool for building, packaging, and deploying of applications, be that legacy applications or greenfield applications. You can deploy to traditional VMs, or you can build, package, and deploy to Docker, Kubernetes, cloud instances. If either of those projects sound like they'd be of interest to you or your projects, you can come find us right outside. I'd be happy to tell you or demo either of those projects. Thank you very much. From Chef.
Hey, thank you, Rory. So next up from HPE, Conor Owens.
Hi, my name is Conor Owens. I'm currently working in Hewlett-Packard Enterprise cybersecurity. A relatively new part of the organization for us, but Galway now has the largest concentration of HPE's own network protecting cybersecurity in worldwide. Most of it is centered here in Galway. As well as being proud sponsors of this event, along with a lot of the other sponsor logos that you'll see up on the boards, we're also proud to sponsor other events, whether they be some of the meetups that go on that HP staff participate in, or events at the Porter Shed. But also, we also have, working with iTag, Avaya, a lot of these other companies, we have a flagship Festival of Tech in May each year. So that's been in GMIT for a couple of years and NUIG last year. The Atlantec conference, I think the topic's going to be in May, artificial intelligence and machine learning again. And we also have, during that week of the festival, a Digital Women event at the Merrick Hotel, which has been very well attended. We have schools events, and we also have a tag rugby event on the Friday that week, which brings a lot of competition from the community of tech companies in Galway. So on behalf of HPE and the other sponsors, thanks to everybody for organising this event, and hope to see you all in May at the Atlantec Festival. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Conor. So our last sponsor pitch of the day, we have Mark Roberts from IBM.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Roberts. I'm an IT specialist from IBM. We're at the stand on the way out towards the door, and we have chocolate. So I'd love to see you all later. You have to eat them all to help us. There's a number of things we want to show you today while we're here. We have our flagship Urban Code Deploy deployment automation product, which will deploy any type of technology, any type of middleware. We'd love to show you that. We also have a new offering called Urban Code Velocity. This focuses on joining together Jenkins pipelines and embracing some of the open source alongside our Urban Code Deploy. So while we're seeing many applications and many organizations moving to microservice-based applications, lots and lots of individual Jenkins pipelines to manage particular services, we want to embrace that. We want to put our arms around that and help you to manage all of those pipelines alongside the back-end systems, the more heritage, larger systems that are deployed with Open Code Deploy. Now, alongside that, we also have the ability to manage all of your runbooks. So we have our Open Code Release product that will help you to turn those horrible spreadsheets of all of those manual and automated tasks blended together into something that can be managed by multiple people. And the last thing I'll mention is that we are also showing our service virtualization technology. So as you move to microservices, you'll have lots of services to try to manage. Many of them will be hard to manage. Many of them will be expensive and unavailable to testers. So virtualize them is the answer, and we're showing our intelligent virtualization. So have a great event. We hope to see you later to have a chat a bit more about what we can show you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So we have about 5 minutes before our next talk. If anyone wants to stretch their legs, grab a chocolate from IBM. So we're starting at 12:10 with our last talk before lunch. Hey, thank you.
Hopefully it still works. Cool.
It dropped out there.
Pardon?
It dropped out for a second there. May have just been from switching into slideshow mode.
Okay.
But if it does drop out, you can come back on in about 4 seconds again.
Okay, cool. Great. And won't there be a microphone for...
Yeah.
How do I do that? How do I turn on the resolution? To plug in the display and see it, and let it see the
Maybe, yeah.
see the two different ones. Okay.
that look a bit better up there? You can scale it down to 720.
Do you want to try that? Let's see. Just watch it for a minute and see if it drops out.
Yeah, that's This projector in-house can't handle high tech. That's alright. Like I said, if it does drop out, it'll come back on again in a couple of seconds, so you can just power through.
Right.
So.
And the microphone is, and then hand it over for
Podium is here if you prefer, whatever you want.
Yeah, no, I'd kind of rather just like stand here.
Perfect. Yeah. Cool. So just
Right.
Yeah, about close enough to your
No problem. So, orange mute, unmute. Okay. Reminder to anyone coming in, there's still plenty of room up the front. Okay, last talk before lunch. Okay, we can persevere. Okay, just one last 30-minute talk. So, hopefully it should be interesting. Next up we have Rich Archbold on Run Less software.
Hey everybody, how's it going? My name is Rich. I am a Senior Director of Engineering at an Irish tech startup called Intercom. my colleague Brian introduced intercom earlier on this morning. He said intercom is that live chat software bubble that hopefully some of you have used before and found not too awful. Quick show of hands, who here is from Galway? Cool, loads of people. Who here has ever gone swimming off Blackrock Diving Tower in Salt Hill? Wow, awesome. Couple of really good, brave souls here. So normally I introduce myself, oh, I'm from Intercom, I do engineering, yada, yada, yada. Given the day that's in it, I thought I would also introduce myself as a wannabe Galwegian. I'm actually originally from Dublin, but for the last 20 years or so, I've been coming down to Galway as often as I possibly can, and swimming in the sea here is absolutely my favorite thing to do. I'm not going to talk about that too much today, though. The thing I'm actually going to talk about is one of Intercom's engineering strategies called Run Less Software. And when I was actually preparing for this talk, I was working with a really, really good speaking coach by the name of Patrick Sutton from the Gaiety School of Acting. And I was after putting the bones of the talk together with all the technical strategy and everything like that. And Patrick asked, he said, Rich, how do you want people to feel as you're giving this talk? Like, let's actually bring some emotion and kind of storytelling into it. How do you want people to feel? And I kind of thought about it for a little while. And I said, well, when I think about this stuff, sorry, I thought my screen was flickering for a sec. When I actually think about this topic, for me, it's kind of like, it's almost like a little bit of a dark, scary, pessimistic topic. But hopefully, if you actually work through it, you'll kind of have this little bit of a light bulb opened, awakening, hope and glory at the end. And Patrick, my coach, was like saying, Rich, what are you talking about? Are you like doing some sort of a horror movie or drama, or are you giving some sort of a tech talk? And I said, okay, bear with me. I kind of had I had this other little light bulb moment, and I said, I think I have a way I can explain it. And so I got up at a whiteboard, and I started to draw out this kind of map with kind of all these kind of armies and different kind of people on the battlefield. And I said, Patrick, the reason actually why I think this is kind of a scary story is, I think the kind of competitive landscape we live in today as technology professionals in this software for business, software for profit world is actually super competitive. I think there's so many different things going on. And if you don't understand everything that's going on, it's really hard to kind of survive and thrive in this world. And he said, I think you're paranoid, Rich. I don't know what you're talking about. You're actually going to have to explain that to me a little bit more. And so the first army I pointed to was us, Intercom. I said, so we are actually kind of this first army on the battlefield. Where are we? The innovation startups. I said, we're these people who consider ourselves pure of heart. We have this kind of business idea. We're trying to execute it to the absolute best of our abilities, bring the absolute best value to our customers, and really kind of really do some good in the world. But the second group of people on this battlefield are copycats. And these are the people who see our good idea and think, I'd like to do that as well. I'm going to copy it. And it has never been easier to be a copycat in the world today. Why? I think a lot of the basic barriers to entry into markets are evaporating. Money is cheap at the moment, believe it or not. Interest rates are at an all-time low. Investors are incentivized to put their money anywhere other than in a bank. So if you have a half-decent business idea, or better yet, if your business idea is to copy my business idea, which already has traction and social proof in the market, it's probably going to be pretty easy for you to get some money. One of the other traditional barriers to entry is also evaporating. Execution is becoming easy. If we think about like all of the different changes over in the software world over the last kind of 10 years or so, if you think about infrastructure as a service, software as a service, database as a service, soon to be serverless, functions as a service. If you think about all of the beautiful software development frameworks we have these days, like Ruby on Rails, Angular, Iconic, all these things, all of these things now mean that one of your competitors with just an email address, an internet connection, little bit of money, credit card, and a very small group of junior developers, they're able to build a working copy of your thing in days or weeks, even though it actually might have taken you years in order to bring it all together. Basic marketing and selling is becoming easy as well. If we think about the Apple Store, the Apple App Store, or Google Play Store, if we think about all of the super powerful advertising engines, Facebook and YouTube and all these people are giving, people, you can now build something and launch it and market it to an audience of billions really, really, really easily. So maybe people can see a little bit where kind of some of my paranoia is starting to come from. The third army on the battlefield is us, the army of talent. And the war for talent is really, really fierce right now. If you think about it, I was looking up some stats online. I think tech jobs in the US, demand outstrips supply 3 to 1. So for every 3 jobs, there's only 1 person there to apply for them. I bet you there's been a bunch of people like explicitly trying to hire here today because we all know how difficult it is to get really good engineers. And the fourth army on this battlefield is kind of really a quartet of armies. I call them the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I didn't actually coin this phrase. There's a guy called Scott Galloway. If any of you follow him on Twitter, he's awesome. He wrote a book about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. And the 4 horsemen are Amazon, Apple, Google, and Facebook. And I say that having worked for Amazon and Facebook in my former life. And the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, they're kind of interesting. They compete in the battle on a number of dimensions. So the first most obvious one is they compete in the war for talent. So Intercom is like a scrappy little startup in Dublin. We now have about 250 people in the office in Dublin. We aren't yet a public company, so we give out stock options rather than RSUs. The likes of Amazon, Google, Facebook, and Apple, all of these companies are public companies. They give out liquid stock units, RSUs. So even kind of competing in the war for talent, they're able to offer more money to people to come and work for them. They're working at a bigger scale. So they're kind of a pretty difficult group of people to compete against once you're trying to hire people. One of the other ways that I think they disrupt the war for talent, and it's almost like a war on talent, is they see all of this engineering scarcity, and they are slowly but surely relentlessly introducing more and more and more service abstractions. So I said we started off with infrastructure as a service, then we went to like database as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, serverless. And as engineers, this is like double-edged sword. On the one hand, if you're able to keep up with it, you're getting more and more cool tools to help you build things faster and faster and faster. On the other hand, if you aren't able to keep up with this rising tide of service abstraction, what happens is perhaps you could find your job being commoditized and deprecated. So I think that's kind of potentially a scary place to be in. Hopefully all of us here are like, obviously at a conference, driven learners. We're going to be the ones who are able to stay ahead of the service abstraction. And the last way that these 4 horsemen compete against you is the scariest way of all. God help you if they decide to enter your market and compete directly against you for your customers. Why? We've already talked about they have the bigger brand, bigger amount of engineers, bigger amount of resources, bigger amount of money. They're able to make longer term bets probably than you are. So if they come and decide to compete directly against you, it can be a pretty scary thing. Not impossible to overcome, but kind of scary. And so at this stage, as I kind of got finished describing all this stuff to my coach, Patrick, who's normally used to dealing with actors in the Gaiety, he was like, Rich, you're the most paranoid person I've ever met. And he said, I really think you need help, like, chill out. And I said, Patrick, I get why you might think like that, but let me talk you through a couple of examples, and then maybe you can give me another assessment. And so the first example I talked through was Slack versus HipChat. Who here uses Slack? Most people. Who here uses HipChat? A few still late adopters. I think good for you. So Slack versus HipChat is like interesting battle. So HipChat were one of the first people to come to market with modern kind of intra-team messaging. They did it really well, but first to market doesn't matter anymore. It's first to do it best. Maybe it's always been first to do it best, but certainly now first mover advantage seems to be well and truly gone. So Slack came in, decided to do this game, and started to do it really well. And this is actually where this story ends. Slack just absolutely dominating. Well done, Slack. So that was like one example. I said, Patrick, I'll tell you another example. Maybe this one might resonate a little bit more. Instagram and Snapchat. Who here uses Instagram? A few people. Who here uses Snapchat? Oh, more people than I thought. So Instagram and Snapchat's an interesting one for me as well. Instagram or Snapchat invented this thing called Snapchat Stories, which is like this nice modern disruption on social media. Mark Zuckerberg took note of it and started to copy it and like pretty much built the exact same thing. And this is where we end up today. Snap is seen as a dead stock walking. I think they had their quarterly earnings announcement but a week ago. Their share price is still absolutely the lowest it's ever been. They've gone through a bunch of layoffs, and they've had a bunch of bad press as well. So it's a kind of pretty tough place to be in. But they were, and still are, a wonderfully innovative, creative company. This last example is probably the scariest one of all. Presumably everybody here knows who Amazon is. Does anybody know who Blue Apron is? Okay. Oh, one or two people. Cool. So Blue Apron is a meal kit company. Blue Apron send you out recipes. You say you want the recipe. They will then send you all of the fresh goods and the recipe and help you, and you will then cook this lovely meal for your family. So Blue Apron were doing really well. So well that Amazon registered a trademark. They didn't even announce they were going to go into the business. They simply just registered a trademark that let the market think that they might go into this market. And Blue Apron, who had recently IPO'd, their share price tanked. Amazon did go into the market and did start doing it. And they started to steal market share, do really well. And a couple of months after Blue Apron's IPO, they had massive layoffs. 24% of their staff lost their jobs. So this is like a pretty sobering thing. You know, I kind of said to Patrick, so who's the crazy paranoid one now? Am I paranoid, or am I just paranoid enough? And Patrick was like, okay. And I said, look, the way I see it, time is short, opportunities are fleeting, money is cheap, basic execution is easy, talent is scarce, and the threat from one of the four is real. He's like, okay, you've got me. Patrick was like, Rich, okay, I'm now depressed. How do we win? What's this talk about? How do you fix it? What the hell has it got to do with run less software? Hopefully this video will start. Okay, so in the movie The Matrix, Neo is able to beat a more powerful foe. And the way he does it is he's able to somehow see the world more quickly, understand it, decide, and then act more quickly than his more powerful foe. And by doing so, he's able to beat a more powerful foe. So basically, he's able to react and move a hell of a lot faster than the person in front of him and beat him. Now, hopefully this isn't the Matrix. I'm definitely not Neo. But I think this kind of general idea of like moving super fast, saving time, doing everything you can to like understand the world, react more quickly is something that's pretty good. I think time can be saved and amazing fast execution is possible. And no matter what your competitors do, if you are always able to move faster than them, you will probably eventually be able to outsmart them and win. And for us as engineers, we think our time is best saved and spent when our engineers are highly productive, focused on only the most important things, only the things our customers really, really, really care about. And that's basically what Run Less Software is all about. It has 3 different pillars to it. We think we should be focused on saving time by choosing and using standard technologies. We should save time by outsourcing undifferentiated heavy lifting. Anything our customers don't care about, we should not be doing. And lastly then, with all of this time we've saved, we should spend that time creating enduring competitive advantage. Do the things your customers really care about that creates a moat around your business that makes people love your product. So let's talk about these ones in a little bit more depth. Choosing standard technologies. I'm going to use a little war analogy. Bear with me. I apologize if it's overly masculine or whatever. But back in the olden days, you had loads of different swords you could choose with you to bring into battle. You would never bring all of them in and go, oh, this person coming towards me is tall, I'm going to use a longsword. Or this person coming towards me is short, I'm going to use a saber. What you would actually do is you would pick one tool, train with it, your whole army would train with it, and that is the one you would only use. And for me, choosing standard technologies is like really similar to this. We solve problems by constraining ourselves to using a small opinionated set of standard technologies within our company. And if we use these standard technologies over and over and over again, we become really good with them and we're able to move really, really, really fast with them. I say not exclusively here because you really can't be dogmatic about this stuff. You have to be industry aware. You have to know that the industry is changing around you. And so you always need to be looking out there going, what's the new cool thing? What's the new cool thing? But just because there is a new cool thing doesn't mean you need to build your next mission critical production service on top of it. It means you should be experimenting with it in a lab and de-risking it and figuring out what's the right time to bring it into your standard toolkit. If this sounds a lot like Etsy's choose boring technologies, it is. It's really, really, really similar to it. Who here has read this post by Dan McKinley on choosing boring technology? A few very smart people have read that post. I encourage everybody to go and find it. I think it should be part of the curriculum in colleges these days. In it, Dan has this wonderful set of mathematical equations. We're engineers, we love a decent maths equation. He says the total cost of ownership of any engineering decision is equal to the sum total of all of the operational costs which arise from from those decisions minus the velocity benefits you get from those decisions. And we think by constraining ourselves to using standard technologies, we can have the lowest cost engineering decisions which are easy and cheap to maintain and fast and powerful to use and build. Here is like an eye chart of our standard technologies at Intercom, and everything under that standard list, that is basically the refined list of every failed launch, every successful launch, every outage post-mortem, every security near miss, every piece of lore and history we've gone through, every piece of trial and tribulation has resulted in us having these set of standard technologies. On the non-standard side, there are some fantastic technologies there. It's like totally reasonable for some company to say, we're going to use Go, Python, Google Cloud Engine, Spanner, Bigtable, Prometheus, and Kafka as our standard technologies. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your technologies are, it just matters that you have an opinion and that you have standards. The astute amongst you may have noticed that a bunch of our standard technologies are AWS services, which brings me to my next point, outsourcing undifferentiated heavy lifting. This guy is Peter Drucker. I think he was born in like the 1906 or something like that. He said, there is surely nothing quite so useless as doing with great efficiency what should not be done at all. I think this is a piece of timeless advice. Jeff Bezos said many years later that there is a lot of undifferentiated heavy lifting out there that stands between your idea and your success. He thought that about 70% of a company's time, money, and resources was spent doing stuff that was non-value add to customers, and only 30% of their time and money went towards building real customer value. And he launched AWS to try and invert that paradigm. Today, we kind of measure this stuff a lot. We think we're like pretty close to what Jeff was aiming for. We measure it a lot, we optimize for it. We're trying to get to 80-20 in favor of creating things that our customers really care about. The last pillar is like creating enduring competitive advantage. Who here's seen Fight Club? Hopefully. This guy, Tyler Durden, our CTO loves Tyler Durden. He quotes this at me a bunch of times. He said, the things that you own end up owning you. So what are the things that we own, and are we happy with them owning us? Well, the first one is Ruby and JavaScript. All of our front end is written in JavaScript. Our customers interact with the front end. All of our back end is written in Ruby. This kind of knits all of our AWS services together. We're pretty happy running those things. Intercom Nexus and Intercom Messenger is like, we are a WhatsApp for business. So the fact that we write the software that is the front end and back end of our messenger, we're fine with this. But this one, number 7 here, bare metal Elasticsearch, that one sticks in my craw every time I have to read it out loud. Our customers do not care that we run bare metal Elasticsearch. AWS's hosted Elasticsearch is pretty terrible. A bunch of the other hosted Elasticsearches mean that you have to put your data outside of your VPC for security and compliance reasons. We actually won't do that. So if anybody here is looking for a good startup idea, if you want to go and build a great hosted Elasticsearch service, come talk to me in about 6 months' time. I will definitely try it out. So that's kind of all the theory. Let's talk about a few of the example places and see if we have any lessons learned from it. First one's super easy. I joined Intercom 4.5 years ago, and we had this was kind of before Run Less Software existed. We had no standards. Any developer could choose any relational database technology they wanted to use. We had a smattering of RDS Postgres. We had a smattering of RDS MySQL. And we said, this is crazy. We're just going to pick one. We picked RDS MySQL, standardize everything on it. And this turned out to be a really good bet because probably about 6 months later, AWS launched Aurora. Has anybody used AWS Aurora? Yeah, it is the greatest thing since sliced bread. It is cloud native MySQL. It's like Spanner on Google. It was 5 times faster and 30% cheaper. So this one, standardizing on a single technology, worked out really, really well for us. The next example was scaling our user storage system. So Intercom tracks over 1 billion monthly end users. So 1 billion monthly end users updating a single database is a lot of throughput. We used to build this thing, or we used to run it on MongoDB. It was falling over a lot of the time. We decided MongoDB was not going to be inside of our standard toolkit, and we wanted to rebuild it on standard technologies. And so our 2 main storage standard technologies are RDS Aurora and AWS DynamoDB. And so we tried to build the thing exclusively on Aurora. It didn't work. Aurora has like a single point of scaling. We tried to build the thing on DynamoDB, and that worked awesome for scaling, but DynamoDB doesn't support multi-part primary keys, and this thing had a multi-part primary key. So we're like, damn it. Standard technologies, is this going to work? Is it going to fit? And our CTO did this wonderful thing. He was like, well, we need a multi-part primary key, and we need infinitely scalable storage. So what if I put the multi-part primary key on Aurora, and then the rest of the data can simply just be a pointer to DynamoDB, and I can put all of the actual payload in DynamoDB. So we ended up replacing MongoDB with this hybrid Aurora plus DynamoDB system that was takes the best of both worlds, is beautifully scalable, and gave us a 90% cost reduction and really, really stabilized our availability. And the lesson learned here for us is that choosing standard technologies is great, but you also have to be really good at breaking down these like bigger kind of hairy, scary looking problems into smaller constituent parts, which each of which are then small enough to be solved by your standard tools. The last example I'm going to talk about is making our inbox easier, cheaper, and faster. So a core piece of Intercom's application is our shared team inbox. And we build it 3 times. We have a version for the web, and we have a version, native version for iOS and a native version for Android. So 3 copies of the same piece of software. That kind of sounds like run more software, right? And so we thought, I wonder if we could apply this run less software philosophy to this. And maybe web technologies on mobile have advanced enough that we could just have a single piece of technology and deploy it on 3 different surfaces. And so we went to the mobile engineers on our team, who are all iOS and Android native specialists, by the way, and not so interested at the time in web. And we said, this is what we want to do. We want you all to go and try this. And not surprisingly, they didn't react so well. We told them what to do. We didn't share it with them beforehand. We didn't share the motivations. We didn't share the problems we were trying to solve. We didn't share the love that, hey, you folks are awesome. We really appreciate everything that you do. Here's like something slightly new and different we would love to try. And it turns out this project fell flat on its face. We never made any progress with it, and we lost a fair amount of trust for a while with our mobile engineers, and we had to work to kind of regain that trust. And this is kind of another lesson learned here for me is like technology strategy is great. You can sound like a battlefield commander, like command and control and all this type of stuff. But remember, all of us work in teams, and it's people are the ones who actually do the work. And so you really need to think about that first and foremost above any fancy technical strategy, which looks good on some slides. And this kind of brings me to somewhat of apology, I guess. Like I realize in these slides I've used like a lot of like war and masculine terminology, and I kind of did this because it just kind of came up at the time and it felt natural as I was doing it. But really, it's a reminder. What I want to do is remind us all that we are problem solvers. We're like, a lot of us have done engineering or have some sort of a software engineering background, but really we're here to add value to customers, deliver market impact, and we do that best when we operate as when we operate in diverse, inclusive teams and act as problem solvers rather than software developers. So I'm almost finished, nearly ready for lunch. So what's the prize? What do you get to do? Like, what if you do this thing and you're able to move fast? What do you get? For me, it's like move fast and ship things. Pretty proud that we have like continuous deployment, push on green, CI/CD system, end-to-end deploy times of about 6 minutes or less. Brian at the back re-engineered this recently and is super proud of it. Part of our run less software philosophy has just helped us de-risk and solidify so many things that we can just keep moving at this relentless pace. And really, if you think about it, most things as it gets older slow down, like humans as they get older slow down. But we've actually been able to just move faster and faster as we've got older. Shipping is so great. It gives like motivation to engineers. It's a morale boost. It creates product momentum, creates feedback and learning opportunities, and it also attracts engineers to come and work with you. If you do all this really well, you get to be like a cool business, grow fast, have loads of fun. And if you do this really well, hopefully you actually get to spend a lot of time with your family. Thanks. Do we have any time for questions?
Yeah, we got a couple minutes. Yeah, we got a minute or two.
Cool. Any questions?
Anybody? Questions? This is pretty in-depth. Here we are.
Yeah.
Sir?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about
when you pick your technology, what drives that? How do you separate the evangelists for one particular technology as against, well, that's not going to work in terms of what the business needs?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you get told to use X when you know as a technologist it actually should be Y.
Yeah. Great question. In the early days, our choices of technologies were driven by the skills our founders brought to the company. So our CTO was like a real Ruby on Rails guru, so Ruby on Rails was kind of our default technology. But then, say over time, as we needed to get really much faster services, like the question is, do you use Go or do you use Java or whatever? And again, we tried a little bit of both, but again, it was ultimately down to what was the weight of engineering expertise already in the company. I'd say now, how do we do it? We have these things called wiggle weeks. So we kind of work to 6 weekly cycles, and kind of every second 6 weekly cycle, we have kind of a week free, and engineers kind of get to do pretty much whatever they want during that week. It's kind of like a hack week. And so anytime people are thinking about, oh, well, we know we have to do this thing in 3 months' time, we have a wiggle week coming up. How about we try and experiment with a bunch of different technologies and almost kind of do like a bake-off? We'll get like a couple of people, I'm going to try and do it in X, you try and do it in Y. This will be kind of like a learning cycle for us. That's kind of definitely one of the ways. And I'd say one other thing is we're very much about like solving problems. So we'll go, it's never you should do it in X. It's like, what's the problem we're actually trying to solve? What's the real things we're trying to optimize for? What are the trade-offs we are willing to make? And just kind of think about it as a business level. Sorry, maybe this isn't a great answer. I might chat to you afterwards about it as well.
Great. We got one more back here.
One more.
Remember, the burden of lunch is coming upon you.
Thanks again for an excellent talk. A lot of what you talk about seems like the culture in terms of even with standard technology and kind of just picking on one technology. And how do you shape the culture of the company so that people can actually align and say, okay, I actually prefer to try this new sexy technology, but actually I'm going to have to implement it in Ruby. And I guess really about hacking the culture of your company. How do you do it? Any insights?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and one of the things we try and do is be super kind of forthright with our technology. Like, we are a very pragmatic company that's aimed at creating business value through technology. We are very heavy on user experience. We call ourselves product engineers rather than software engineers. We come out and give talks like this and explain kind of what our culture is. And so we try and be upfront about it and go, hey, if you want to be, if you are a tech, like if you consider yourself a deep technologist with like love experimenting with all of these different technologies and almost like technology for technology's sake, or always kind of want to be on the bleeding edge and trying the absolute new hotness, maybe this isn't the place for you. But if you love building things that people use, and if you love interacting with like designers and researchers and product managers, and if you love moving really, really, really fast and getting just so much stuff done, come work for us. But I think just kind of being upfront, writing it down, talking about it publicly, and talking about it internally, and being proud of it, I guess, as well, is like people seem to pick it up. Cool.
Cool. We're a couple minutes over, so
thanks everybody.
Yeah, that's it. Performance.
All right, thanks. Sorry, guys, just 2 reminders before we go out for lunch. So just if you want to suggest for the open spaces, the whiteboards outside, we're going to put them empty up here now. So also, could you please subscribe to our YouTube channel? We have the stream link pinned to our Twitter feed at DevOpsDays Galway. And we have anyone who has any dietary requirements or allergens for lunch, we've asked the hotel to post that information very visibly But if they haven't, just please ask them if you're looking for a vegetarian option, a celiac option, or anything like that. So this is our Menti at the moment. So if you have any more suggestions, go to menti.com and the code is 676901. Okay, so we are back at 1:50, I believe. It's on the back of your cards. So enjoy your lunch, everyone. Thanks.
Everyone just goes.
Yeah.
Please. Stay. They weren't that heavy though. The tech talks, so.
Good job, anyway.
One, two. One, two. One, two. Two, one.
it's after doing the flicker again. So it's not the connector because it's direct in there. I've just switched it down. Is that too? Is that gone too low resolution?
Well, yeah, 720 is it?
That's 720. Yeah. Just doesn't like Mac. When I stepped here. So that was down to 24 hertz. 720. Oh no, how do you go back up again? Looks like 50 is the lowest option here, yeah.
Yeah, should we go in for a few minutes and see?
Well, it did it there.
It did happen more. Oh, it's on auto.
It's on auto advance, yeah. Sorry, I'm Brian, by the way. I'm introduced Shane. How are you? Does that font look okay? It's just coming so close. Does 1080i or P doesn't make a difference? Okay, so that was. Yeah. One of the other talks say. never switched back to... Oh, fuck. Yeah, just a static one, I said. I never switched back to the resolution. It's still cut off. Oh no, the slides are cut off. Yeah, he's made a mistake there. It's not the screen. Yeah, so far so good. The last one didn't crap out until near the end of the slideshow. The first one I put on.
Yeah.
Got onto about the 10 or 15 slide.
Dropping out every 3 or 4 slides yesterday, wasn't it?
It varied, yeah. Some worse than others. Check what the guys on video. Some of them weren't in favour of using the Mac.
Yeah. It's been Macs all day nearly.
Today?
Yeah. Once we drop the resolution in time, then release that projector. It's staying up on the screen now.
Yeah,
it's just the projector that drops down.
to look through that. See what everyone else is. Slides 20. Question. Do you have time to do it? Are you kidding? It's running from the Google Drive, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it would be better. It would be better because rather than it's quite quick turnover, so trying to fiddle and go to the settings and change the time and change it back again. Okay.
2 days, getting tired. Oh man. Yeah, I was here just in the evening on Sunday, but I could see everyone was already doing tons of stuff. Wow. Looks okay. Let me. There we go. See if this works. That's good. Nice. And now, the really exciting part, the live demo attempt, which does work. I haven't attempted just yet. I did find some sort of tip of someone who says they think, I found a tool that I think will let me select it and send it through the HDMI. So let's find out if that will work. Let me go to a slide with the video. There we go. Apparently not. Just speakers. Let me just try. That's very annoying. Wait. Damn. Oh, yeah, there's this whole thing. Oh, this vaguely seems familiar. Well, unplugged isn't really what I expected.
I can try one line out of your headphone jack straight to my desk.
We can try that too. Yeah, I don't want to cause too much trouble. I mean, I can try and figure it out. If it goes to the desk, will it then also go into the mains?
Yeah,
okay.
It just means that a void put into the podium.
Yeah, gotcha.
I think that's the problem.
Right. I better change back what I just did, otherwise I'll never get sound again. Let's see if it actually now plays out of my, yeah. I very much believe that there is a setting that I could have picked in that menu that will work.
It's pretty straightforward on Windows.
Yeah, Linux, yeah, it's, I'm sure it's straightforward on Linux when you find the exact right one of the like 100 settings. Yeah. That's just on this side here. feel a bit better that it's not my laptop now.
That's the projector.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah. It's a weird kind of interference. Okay. Oh, as soon as I start, as soon as I like activate the display, which is this, it starts doing that. Let me just do one piece at a time. Okay. Everybody move.
You can mute that anyways.
I wonder if it's that setting I was futzing around with here. Just try output. It's just a really horrible noise. It's definitely not sending any audio. I just don't want to have to listen to that forever. Definitely what I had it on before.
Same for these.
Is it the same noise?
Can hear.
Really? Wow, that is new. I've definitely used headphones. Oh god, I wish I hadn't done anything now. Okay. Let me try and futz around with that thing. Can I borrow your headphones just to try and mess with the settings and figure out what the hell's going on? Let me see if with that unplugged, it's the same. The hell? Alright. I'm gonna do I'm gonna do something I would rather not do right before a presentation. I'm gonna reboot my machine. Let's see if I just messed with something in preparing. Yeah, worst comes to worst. Yeah. something funny there. I made it change at least. This might be the weirdest thing that I've ever experienced with a computer. Trying to send it through HDMI now. There we go. Does that work if it goes through HDMI now? Yeah. After all that? Yeah. Let me just try again. It doesn't work.
That for lunch, right?
Yeah. It doesn't respect my volume controls on my keyboard, but I'm happy to let you handle that.
I've done a separate volume control. I'm just getting one signal from podium.
Yeah? Okay.
So you're...
Oh, so that's the one for mains. This is just actually coming out of the TV.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
I can't turn on the volume on this.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing to do then. I've got one. Yeah, I'll just test it right now. Is it coming and going? Let me actually throw the presentation up.
After we planted the forest, the river came back. Its banks are full of water, even in the dry season. My name is Almas. I'm from Safa in Ethiopia, and I have 2 children, 2 hens, 2 goats, and 1 husband. Before planting the trees, I collected sand from the river for 20 cents. It was hard work and dangerous too. But my life is different now. With other women in my village, I am planting a forest on communal land. Thanks to the trees that Ecosia and Green Ethiopia have provided, our fields have become more productive. Collectively, we were able to save almost 5.
Was that hum now? Yeah. So yeah, it's at about 775 there.
$100. We kept track of our savings in a little book. Before, we hardly had any savings at all. Some families did not even have enough food, but now we can all send our children to school. On my farm, I grow coffee and bananas. Since I planted the shade trees and fruit trees here, my yield has improved because the sun no longer dries out the soil. Every year, I harvest more coffee than before and sell it on the market.
You can? Yeah, cool. Yeah,
We want to continue reforesting our land. Us women are pioneers. With your support, we have improved our land and the lives of our families. If you don't forget us, I know that we will continue to see change. It will be outstanding.
One, two.
What's it called? Do you want me to just turn that up?
Yes.
Do you want me to try playing something through it now so you can listen?
Yeah, just this knob here is causing a buzz on the live stream.
Oh, okay.
But it was just for your presentation.
Something with
Yeah,
sound? That's
and
fine.
then
Leave it down?
Yeah, otherwise.
No worries.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on your slides as well.
Yeah, okay, for a minute. Both of the ones that have video look like, where is it? Yeah, exactly. So you'll see it look like this, and then I'll talk about it before I play it. Okay, sorry. To turn it back down. That'll be the part I forget, is to turn it back down again. Yep, sure thing. So I'll probably talk from about this distance, give or take this volume. How's that sound? Is that okay? I can keep talking for as long as you like, and I'll keep giving you more opportunity to set the level as I look at this picture of a tree and flip through slides back and forth. Is that okay? I'll trick myself. I'll put my laptop further back, so I have to stand closer, more on top of it. There we go. And can I just try this one here? Yep. And I'm just going to check. Okay, that's quite a lot louder than the other one was. So I'll be a bit more conservative with holding this one. Still okay? This one's a lot clearer? Okay. This is A. With which one? Both? So this is with the handheld. I'm speaking with the handheld. There's a bit of feedback. Where's the... Oh, I guess there's no monitors. It's just the room speakers. So I speak... Yeah, that's okay. And the handheld's on mute, and now I'm standing at the podium, where I will be standing briefly. And I am looking through. Let's switch. Look at code. Switch back. Look at slides. How's that? It's good? Awesome. Hey, good, Brian. Yeah, very good. I know that the last time I ran through it, there was a typo on one of my speaker notes, and now I can't find it. So when I get to that point, I'll be like, ah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just have to pretend I didn't notice. Yeah, exactly. I think it's something like I have the same word twice or something like that. So it's the kind of thing that would throw you when reading it, but you still obviously know what it means. Yeah, I think a few of them are going to watch the live stream. Yeah.
You dropped out there.
Oh, yeah?
The back screen.
I didn't
yeah.
realize. Oh, okay.
Had this problem earlier on with Max. The resolution was too high.
Do I need to change the resolution?
I mean, if it's not a big job, I mean, it cuts out for maybe 3 seconds and it comes in again.
Okay, well, obviously that's not preferable.
Yeah.
Let me see where we are. So this is set to, DP2 is set to 1920, 1080. Should I set it lower?
The ones we were setting on 720.
Yeah? Okay, let's do 720. Okay. Can make that not so gigantic now. Does it look okay? Oh, I probably need to do okay, no, that's still fine.
Testing. Testing. Is this...
It's on mute, I think.
I think the audio is off.
Oh.
Okay, just checking for our stenographers whether the buzzing is still on the line or whether it's disappeared once we start talking. Perfect, thanks.
So with the resolution still, you think?
You have it down to 720, right?
Yeah. Yeah, 720. I can go lower.
Yes, we had this issue with the Fusion Max earlier on. We
Yeah.
dropped it to 720 from 1080, and it was.
It was
fine
okay?
After that, yeah. It's the projector and high resolution.
The high res, yeah. Okay. Let me just see. I mean, I'll see if it looks okay at 760. Yeah. I mean, that's really small, but let's see how it looks. The only problem is like the slides might not fit and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all distorted because it's not the right aspect ratio. Oh, well, it's actually okay up there. It's just on this monitor down here, it looks really weird. How does it look there? Oh, it's squished. Yeah, it's super squished. Yeah, exactly. First try, wow. Yeah, it's definitely squished. What do you suggest?
Even there.
Sorry?
You just swapped out now again.
Even at 768?
Oh, you just swapped it over there, right?
No, I hadn't done anything yet. I just changed it now, but it was on 1024, 768, and it was dropping out there, so it's not the resolution.
Did it drop out when it was on full res?
Yeah, I think it was the same basically. Did it just do it again now? What do you think? What do you recommend?
It didn't drop out too much when you run the slides. It's mainly when you're kind of
Changing stuff? So let me go back to slides and leave it there. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. I'm doing a demo, so I can't use someone else's laptop.
Yeah. If it drops out, it's maybe for a second or two.
Okay.
Again, you won't. Like, obviously, it's a distraction.
Yeah. Yeah.
It will come back on. You know.
Okay. Hope it'll be fine. Thank you for the forewarning. Yeah, it's really silly. It's just going to keep doing that, I think. I have no idea. Should we find out? Does it even say? Doesn't even say. I wouldn't even know how to set that.
Can you change your resolution?
Yeah, we went through it.
You went through it?
I tried like 3 or 4 different resolutions, and it keeps just doing the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just
keep swimming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. won't let it shake me.
Okay, everyone, welcome back after lunch. So just before our next speaker and our last full-length talk of the conference, just a few quick reminders. So we've actually added to our rotating slides. Our website is up there along with our YouTube channel. So on the website are all the slide decks we posted there. And on the YouTube channel, if you could subscribe, that'd be brilliant because we're looking to get 100 subscribers. And all the talks will be posted on the YouTube channel, so you will get notified if you're subscribed to those. So also just a quick reminder of the open spaces. The Menti is still open on 676901. It's on our Twitter as well. So just to welcome our next speaker, we have Jason Gortz with Site Reliability that plants trees.
A tree is a nice thing. Trees remove carbon from the air, we know that. Trees bear fruit or nuts for us to eat. Trees provide shade, allowing other crops to grow around them. But trees also redistribute water and keep rivers running, enrich the soil and landscape around them, and stabilize their environment. But we tear them down anyway. And it's having an impact on the environment. Deforestation, largely driven by agriculture, is now the second leading cause of climate change after fossil fuels. And Ecosia is doing something about it. Ecosia is the search engine that plants trees. And like all search engines, we give you web search results. But every search with Ecosia removes 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide from the air. When our users make a web search, we show ads next to regular search results, just like this one. Every time a user clicks on one of these ads, we earn some money. Unlike any other search engine, though, we use the money that we make from these ads to plant trees by supporting reforestation projects around the world. Wait a minute. An internet startup that uses its profits for good? I mean, an internet startup with profits? How does this make sense? It's honestly really simple. We earn money like any other search engine. We use it to plant trees. And we're getting really good at it. As of this morning, we've planted nearly 43 million trees, and we plant about 1 tree every second. At this rate, early next year, we'll plant our 50 millionth tree. We plant these trees where they're needed most, in biodiversity hotspots around the world. These hotspots are places with more than 1,500 native species of vascular plants that don't exist anywhere else in the world, and where 70% of the natural vegetation has already been lost. Our trees are currently being planted in 12 of these biodiversity hotspots, employing thousands of people. In some cases, the trees that we plant are jointly owned with a local community, meaning they can create an economy for themselves with the produce gathered from the trees, like mangoes or avocados. And in addition to helping communities, our trees have so far removed 2 million tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And I just want to show a short video showing the tree planting work we're doing in Tanzania and how our trees have helped to redefine the landscape there, so you can get an idea. Oh. What happened now? Now it's coming out here. So, who am I, and how do I fit into this? I'm Jason. I like trees, but to be honest, I mostly like distributed systems and incident response. And after shortly working, these are all jobs that I did used to do. After working as a jazz musician and an Apple Store genius, I ended up in Berlin. I'm originally from Canada, And I work as a software developer, a back-end developer, but I mostly focus on infrastructure. And I'm curious, how many people look at a graph that looks something like this every day? Gotta be more people than that. Monitoring? No? Okay, a few people. I mean, I do, for sure. We have, at Ecosia, we have lots of monitors for request rate, for latency, resource utilization, error rates, stuff like this. But this is not one of those graphs. Does anybody have a guess what this graph is showing? Yeah, this is trees per second in estimated real time. We monitor this because it's what matters to our users. That's what our users care about, that we're planting trees. And this laser focus on our mission leads to some really interesting requirements all around the company. As you can imagine, the more money we spend on running the company, the less we have for our tree planting projects. I know all companies, especially startups, care a lot about how much money is being spent, but in our case, our expenditures can literally be measured in trees. For example, I've had a lot of fun at this conference. I love being in Galway, and I'd like to be able to come again. So to justify it, it would be great if lots of you could start using Ecosia in your browser. And our users do hold us accountable. By releasing public financial reports, we let our users make sure that as a company, we behave in a responsible way that's in line with our values. This means having enough developers to do the technical work we need to do and that we want to do, but also staying lean. In addition to running the Ecosia search service and, like you see, spreading the word about it, and obviously the tree planting, we also save up money so we can occasionally do things like try and buy a forest to save it from being torn down. So this is a report from The Guardian from about a month ago when we offered RWE, which is a German energy company, 1 million euros to try and buy the last remaining piece of the ancient Hambacher forest. The energy company was planning on tearing down the trees to do coal mining like they've done with the whole rest of the forest. They declined our offer, but we and our community are still hoping that we can keep the forest from getting torn down for coal mining. But okay, enough about trees. What does any of this have to do with DevOps days? How do I, an infrastructure engineer, fit into tree planting? Well, all of that stuff that I've just mentioned becomes part of the requirements for our development and our operations strategy, all of our technical work. When users install our browser extension, or in some other way configure the browser to search with Ecosia, they have some expectations about how a search engine behaves. They definitely have some expectations about how reliable that search engine is. You could say how the search engine's site is reliably engineered. But our users also need us to respect their contributions and put most of our income towards our tree planting projects. So a big developer team or even a dedicated SRE group is not really in the cards. So we develop and maintain Ecosia Search for our millions of users with a team of about 10 developers, only 2 of which focus on infrastructure. This provides some interesting and challenging constraints to how we can run DevOps. For example, these 2 infrastructure-focused developers, well, one of them is here on this stage, and luckily for me, the other one is on call. After a while of operating this way, the infrastructure-focused developers, we realized that doing operations like throw it over the fence was not going to work. There was too much to be done between maintaining a platform, being on call, for us to also be doing production reviews and writing everyone's deployment configurations. The easiest way to demotivate an infra developer is to make them write YAML configurations all day, even cool YAML like Kubernetes. So what we definitely did is we looked at our favorite aspects of DevOps and SRE, we made a year-long transition plan, got all the stakeholders involved, and set clear transition goals. No, you don't believe me, do you? We did none of that. Not at all. What we did is we started to look at how our team was structured and the work we were doing and how we could make it fit a little bit better together. So the beginning of our solution was for the infrastructure-focused developers to embed ourselves in the product development teams. This helped us find the pain points in the development workflow, and it gave us first-hand knowledge of what we should be automating. But it didn't really reduce the operational work. We still needed to find a way to reduce the toil and get back to coding. So now, the infrastructure-focused developers split our non-toil work between infra tasks and normal dev work. You see a much more balanced split now. But we also changed our responsibilities across the whole team to more evenly share the load of toil between the infra developers and all other developers. But then who maintains the platform and the tooling? And I'll get to that in a bit. As infrastructure-focused developers, we created a special interest group, a SIG, which is an opt-in group of developers from across both product teams that are in charge of running the platform. So the platform can't be owned by one of the product teams because we have cross-functional product teams. All the products are running on the platform. So this special interest group owns and maintains the platform, which sounds really nice. But if you don't believe me yet, let me show you a little bit more about how we did it. So the way we architected our teams is, like I mentioned, cross-functional product teams. So we have teams that focus on areas of the application, areas of the product. So the search service, the browser extensions, the information about Ecosia. Now, within those teams, we have the infrastructure-focused developers like me embedded in that team doing some of the SRE and DevOps kind of work. And then across both teams, we have the special interest group, which is owning the platform and the tooling. We share the responsibility, all the toil, between the developers and all developers and the infra developers. So all developers take a turn of daytime on call. As we heard earlier, we know that the vast majority of incidents are going to happen during the daytime when code changes are being rolled out. So by bringing developers into the on-call schedule, all the developers now get the benefits of learning from incident response and learning how their applications are behaving in production. And the infra developers maintain the out-of-office hours on call. Now, all the developers also write their application configuration and deploy their applications through a pull request CI/CD based pipeline, which again sounds really nice, but trying to get an application developer to write configuration might be a little bit difficult. So as infra developers, we maintain the platform, but we also are writing tools to make it easy for all developers to be deploying, and we try and advocate for SRE culture everywhere. Now, we're trying to accelerate what's possible for all the application developers, so we need to choose the right technology to make it possible to integrate all of our tools and technologies and languages into our development and production environment. So we chose our technologies very carefully. We really like using Bazel for our builds. Bazel is a language agnostic build tool, so we do builds for all our different applications through Bazel. We also build our manifests for Kubernetes through Bazel using a programming language called JSONet, which is a superset of JSON. So it's a way to write JSON or also YAML configuration, but as code using libraries and functions. And then we host all of our applications on Kubernetes, which to me is a developer-focused platform. It's a way that we can treat, sorry if the slides keep cutting up, by the way, intractable problem, apparently. But yeah, so Kubernetes is a way for us to look at infrastructure the way developers like to, by writing, especially when we combine it with JSONet and templating our configuration, we can code our configuration. Now, you might be noticing Bazel is an open source project by Google. I understand that Googlers internally know it as Blaze. JSONet is an open source programming language, but by Google. And Kubernetes, you might know, is an open source community project that was kickstarted internally as based on Borg at Google. So I understand that Google knows a thing or two about running search engines at scale. So, you know, search engines of a feather fly together. We also streamlined our testing and QA process by introducing per-branch deployments. Previously, there was a few staging environments that people could deploy to, and developers would take their turn deploying stuff onto the testing environments, getting QA on new features. And when our developer team grew, when our developer team grew from 3 developers to 10 developers, so more than tripled in size, it wasn't practical to share test environments anymore. We now had multiple features that needed to be tested or QA'd at the same time. So our new per-branch deployments are created simply by opening a pull request. Our CI pipeline then creates a namespace in Kubernetes, so an isolated set of resources. And similar to Frank's talk yesterday about blast radius, Bazel has a query functionality which will find out which files and which builds are affected, so that we can simply find out which applications in our mono repository need to be deployed for that pull request, and then deploy exactly that application or applications. And the nice thing is Bazel lets us make our CI pipeline 100% replicable locally because it's just running the same commands we would. That makes it so that we can roll back really, really fast. This is a screen grab from my favorite website on the internet, outage.party. This is also a screen grab from outage.party. And this relates, I think, really well. When we adapted a culture of calculated risk and no-blame postmortems, it meant that developers can own their own deployments. All developers are involved in the process of monitoring applications, which comes in really handy when they take their shift as part of the daytime on-call. Now, I'm going to attempt a little bit of a demo so I can show you how we put the pieces of Bazel and JSONet together to write some Kubernetes configuration. Before I do, how many people are already familiar with Kubernetes or have ever used Kubernetes? Wow, that is such a big change from a year ago. That's most people. For anybody who didn't put up their hand, Kubernetes is a cloud orchestration system which allows you to put many compute nodes together and then run Docker containers as services and handle all the networking. So I'm going to switch over. Well, I'm going to walk over here first. Can you still hear me okay? Yeah, good. Okay. Switch over to some code. So here I have a new Go application that I want to deploy. And so I've written the source code in main Go. I haven't written any tests yet, but I'm sure I will. And I'm going to start by creating the project within our Bazel mono repository. So this is just a directory within a larger repository. And I can sort of bootstrap it with Bazel init, Go, and then the directory that I want to bootstrap. Now this is a sort of very simple plugin that we wrote on top of Bazel. And this is going to create a couple files. Namely, it's going to create a Bazel file, which allows us to specify the targets. But because we're using Go, it can be pretty well automatically generated. And it's also going to create a JSONet file in which we will define our configuration using a template. So the first thing I can do now that I've created this is I can try and run the application using Bazel. So I can just simply do Bazel run and then the name of the directory. And it's now started that Go server. I can switch to my other terminal. Sorry, it's got a little bit small, so you can't see that it's listening on 8,000. Curl, amazing. This is a hit product, I'm sure. Now I go back to my first terminal, and I'm done with development. I'm really happy with the way this product is working. And now I want to ship it. I want to deploy it. So I'm going to test my configuration. Well, first I'm going to look at my configuration. It's probably the best idea. So let's open up demo/demo.jsonet. So in this file, you see we import a shared library, which has a bunch of predefined application configurations that we can use for all different sorts of applications. All we need to do is plug in the Docker container that we built with a different Bazel rule, and we can turn this into a whole set of Kubernetes configurations really easily. So I'm just going to simply call ecosia kube cluster application. Now, in our terminology, a cluster application is something that only is served internally in the cluster. So it doesn't need traffic routed from outside. It's kind of an internal service, which I think is fine for this application I'm writing. And then at the very bottom, you see we have effectively a raw JSON document. Every JSONet file outputs JSON itself. So we end the file by passing through the deploy collection from this particular object. So now I can run Bazel deploy demo. I do have to provide an environment. So let's deploy it to our development environment. You can see here I'm on the branch, my initials, DevOps Day talk. And what's happened is it spit out a whole lot of configuration. So I'm going to go back up to the top and we can just go through. So the first thing it creates is a namespace in Kubernetes. That's an isolated resource. It means that when we close the pull request, or sometime after it's been open, we can tear down everything that was associated with this branch in one step. We just remove the namespace and everything gets torn down. We also add a quota on resources so that one particular pull request that changes a lot of different applications, and therefore we have to deploy all those applications together, doesn't starve off our whole cluster. Then we have our deployment object. This looks really long, but you see I didn't write any of it. This is all predefined because it's pretty much common usage across all of our applications, all of our simpler ones. JSON, it makes it really easy to override, the same way I did here with port. Obviously, not every application uses the same port, so I just override that port value. And that gets interpreted in a few different places. But this deployment is pretty standard. We usually, we have a pretty standard attitude towards the rolling update strategy, so how many new replicas we want to start versus old ones we want to tear down during a rolling update. It's obviously different for development and production. And then we interpolate the Docker image that we just built. So that was all done in one step. When I ran Bazel deploy, it was a Docker image was built, a Docker image was pushed to our remote repository, and the SHA of the hash of the Docker image itself gets interpolated into this configuration. And we scroll through some more. You see there's the port showing up here so that the pod, the Kubernetes pod, knows that that port's been exposed. And down at the bottom, we have a service which will give the other applications in the cluster a DNS host name so that they can reach this service. So you've seen in, like, I don't know, here, 12 lines of code, of which I didn't actually write any. We now have a whole service deployed in our cluster, ready to test in our per branch namespaces. And when I want to deploy to production, all I need to do, if I'm somebody who has production credentials, just change this dev to prod, and then we're ready to go. That'll generate the production templates, but I'm ready to deploy this. I don't want to just look at the configuration. I want to actually send it to the cluster. So I just add .apply, and it's going to send this into our development cluster and create all these objects that we just talked about. This is something that all developers can do. So our goal, as the infrastructure-focused developers at Ecosia, was to design a system like this so that any developer can run a couple of commands, bootstrap a whole new application, and get it shipping really, really fast, and they can own the whole thing end to end. Can't believe that worked. Okay. Remember this graph from the beginning? Now I need this. There we go. Remember this graph from the beginning? I told you it was trees being planted in semi-real time, but this is actually user behavior. So this is an estimation because we track user behavior through Kubernetes and Nginx Ingress. We collect that data through Prometheus, and we visualize it using Grafana. This sounds exactly like infrastructure monitoring to me. And while it's not an actual measure of trees going into the ground, it's a projection of trees that we'll be able to plant because of what's happening right now. And that makes it a good representation of whether or not our systems are healthy. If our systems are healthy, users are behaving in the way that we want, they're being able to accomplish what they want, which in general is searching, and we know for the most part that we're working okay. Working on infrastructure can often be so abstract that I find it really valuable to tie our system's health back to something more tactile, more tangible. It also gives developers a lot of pride to see the impact on the environment that our software is having. As an example of the impact our software is having, I want to show you this short video of Almaz, a woman in Ethiopia, who's going to tell her story about tree planting and growing coffee. It's amazing to think that the work we're doing on silly things like platform stability and cost optimization can contribute to something like this.
Full of water, even in the dry season. My name is Almaz. I'm from Safa in Ethiopia, and I have 2 children, 2 hens, 2 goats, and 1 husband. Before planting the trees, I collected sand from the river for 20 cents. It was hard work and dangerous too. But my life is different now. With other women in my village, I am planting a forest on communal land. Thanks to the trees that Ecosia and Green Ethiopia have provided, our fields have become more productive. Collectively, we were able to save almost $500. We kept track of our savings in a little book. Before, we hardly had any savings at all. Some families did not even have enough food, but now we can all send our children to school. my farm, I grow coffee and bananas. Since I planted the shade trees and fruit trees here, my yield has improved because the sun no longer dries out the soil. Every year, I harvest more coffee than before and sell it on the market. We want to continue reforesting our land. As women and pioneers, with your support, we have improved our land and the lives of our families. If you don't forget us, I know that we will continue to see change. It will be outstanding.
Thank you very much for listening to our story. If you want to get an Ecosia sticker for your laptop or just chat about your favorite tree, come and find me or tweet at me. I'll be around this afternoon. Thank you so much for listening.
Do we have time for any questions for Jason? Okay, any questions for Jason, everyone? Oh yeah, let's use one here.
So it sounds like you've kind of cut your deployment pipeline really short and things. How do you avoid developers pushing something completely broken to production?
That's a really interesting question. I think most people with really short development pipelines would say, in general, we don't. We try and react really quickly when something does happen. We obviously have a really big suite of tests. Like I was showing with Bazel, Bazel allows you to run a lot of tests as you're about to do a deployment. We have tests that both cover like integration and also tests inside the Docker container before we ship it. But for the most part, we try and have really good monitoring, and we find out really quickly when something's not working. We're also lucky to have a really dedicated group of users who will for sure let us know when something isn't working exactly right. So we have a really, like a short feedback loop from pushing something that might break, even if it's something we don't notice, to hearing about it from our users. Any questions?
No? Okay, well, thanks very much, Jason. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, so just before we go to our Ignite talks, just want to talk a bit about the swag. There seems to be a bit of misconceptions about what they actually are. So this item here, now, they're not in every bag. Anyone who works in HP, Cisco, Aspect, or anyone locally around town, we will definitely try and deliver these individually to you, as we didn't get enough on time. It wasn't our fault, I promise. So these aren't actually just pillows for you to try and have a nap on at your desk. They're cute little phone holders, okay? And the second one, this is actually not a Christmas tree bauble. We're not that into the whole November Christmas, I promise. So I can't do one hand, but if you unscrew them, there's a nice little rain poncho inside. It's very handy for any matches, concerts, festivals, whatever you like to get up to that may be wet or muddy in Ireland. So for our first Ignite talk, we have Dermot O'Hara with Developing for Operations continuous delivery pipeline dashboard. So I think that's coming now. Great. Thanks, Dermot.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Dermot O'Hara and I work for Hewlett Packard Enterprise. Today I'm going to talk about a dashboard we created for our continuous delivery pipeline. It was conceived to give us fast feedback on our deployment and test jobs. So the continuous delivery pipeline is the physical infrastructure that ensures that software can be reliably released at any time. It's heavily reliant on automation and made up of many different scripts in different languages and frameworks. However, they all have one thing in common: they are all executed from Jenkins. It's quite complex. We have a total of 5 environments with multiple interdependent applications, many deployment jobs and many test jobs, so it's impossible to keep track of just by looking at the Jenkins interface. So this makes fast feedback non-existent. However, fast feedback is important. It's a key difference between DevOps and traditional approaches to software development. It makes it easier and quicker to find problems, and this in turn makes developers far more efficient at finding and fixing issues and drives up quality. So our solution was to create a dashboard to give us fast feedback. So we gather all the information from our different deploy and test jobs that make up our solution and display that information in a clear, concise and easy to digest way. This would speed up feedback and keep everybody on the same page. So we did this by pulling the information from Jenkins using the RESTful APIs it provides. It's very simple to use, and the information can be consumed in different formats. So we created a data access object application to pull, store, and allow access to this information. So our application architecture is made up of PostgreSQL for the database, Spring Boot in Java for the heart of the application, and AngularJS to provide the interface. So we chose PostgreSQL because it's open source. It can handle both small and large amounts of data. It also has a mature and reliable JDBC driver, and is available for both Windows and Linux, which are the 2 main operating systems which we use. So we chose Spring Boot in Java because it's a powerful programming language, giving us a lot of flexibility. It could then also gather all the information in the background and store it for us, and provide a REST interface so that we could then access that information. We then chose AngularJS because the view is updated automatically by AngularJS whenever the model is updated. This means that we could actually keep the most up-to-date information in front of the user without having to refresh the entire page in the browser. So it works by pulling the information from Jenkins. It does this using a thread in the background. So whenever a job starts, it informs the dashboard, and the dashboard can then monitor that job. We also perform a full update hourly for reliability purposes. So we then created a well-defined REST interface to allow for consumption of this data. So this, of course, helped us with the display, but it can also be used then by other scripts in order to find out the state of different components in each environment, and also the versions deployed. So here's a snippet of the main dashboard. It shows the state of each deploy and test job on each environment, and includes important information such as start time, duration, and also provides links to the execution console of each job. We also have other features on the main dashboard. We also have a comment section which allows engineers to give status updates on what is happening. We have a message of the day which allows for a display of important information which have a major impact. We also provide useful links. We can also then drill down into individual deploy steps and individual tests. This helps engineers to find where issues are happening quickly. They can also then link into the console output and look at the actual error messages. We included other pages in the dashboard too. We have a history page which allows us to go through the history of all our deploy and test jobs. And we also created a page to allow us to health check external services which our solution relies on. This means that we can quickly check if there's any issues with them. So the dashboard is used daily by the entire organization, from senior management down to individual engineers. It's a critical information radiator which allows everyone to see what is currently happening in our pipeline. This provides great visibility both for the current state but also for any actions being taken. So this fast feedback has also allowed us to increase our release cadence. So we're now releasing once a month, and we're pushing more and more features and defects fixes through the pipeline. This is allowing us to reduce our time to value. We're also improving quality. So our defect backlog is on a downward trajectory, and our escape rates are at a historic low. So overall, we're achieving a higher pass rate, and our quality is stabilizing. So this fast feedback, in turn, has focused us on the deploy and test times. So we've driven those down, and this has allowed us to push out more and more often. So we're now releasing into staging 12 times a day, up from once a day. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. Next up, Noel Murphy with DevOps, herd like cattle using Rancher.
Hey everyone, thanks very much. So my talk today is just basically about how SmartBear migrated from their previous platform onto Rancher. So my name is Noel Murphy. I'm the part of the DevOps team that supports the SmartBear's Swagger Hub SaaS-based solution, and I'm the sole DevOps engineer based out of Galway. The rest of my team are actually based in Florida, in Coconut Creek. And I have more time than I thought. I thought we would have progressed there now. Okay. So, why Rancher? In a nutshell, on the 21st of March, we received notification from Docker Cloud, who at the time were our current Docker container orchestrator, that they would be discontinuing the service after 60 days. So this meant we had to migrate off that platform and move elsewhere. So we looked at a few options. We looked at Docker Enterprise, Cloud 66, AWS ECS, and of course Rancher. In the end, we went with Rancher, and Rancher offers the cattle orchestration framework, which is based on Docker Compose, and you basically declare your services in a Compose file, and anything outside of that is declared in a Rancher Compose file. So that would be stuff like health checks and scaling. And it meant that when it comes to migration, that it's easier to go from Docker stack file into Docker Compose. So the migration process started with a POC of our load test environment, and once that was successful, we migrated our development, our dev tools, and staging environments, and then finally we went to production. So the steps was basically doing the conversion of our stack files to Docker Compose format, and updating our proxies and our ALBs. And the important thing there is that it meant no code changes, just slight configurations. So for 30 days, we were stable. There was no issues. Then after that, we noticed that we started to hit utilization issues, memory spikes and CPU. And the first thing we noticed is that we had a memory leak in Docker 1.2, and that was resolved by just simply upgrading it to a later version. And after that, we still noticed that there was still issues with resource utilization, this time on the CPU side. And after doing some profiling on the CPU cycles using the perf tool, we discovered that our log collector was actually pegging the Docker daemon. So we actually switched temporarily to collecting our logs from the files. And why did this happen suddenly after 30 days? Well, we looked back and we realized that we had actually updated our log collector. So the final issue that we faced was just uneven distribution of traffic that's hitting our system. We have a number of servers, and if you hit a server, all the back-end traffic authentication and document API retrieval will be served by that particular server. And this can lead to uneven distribution, or some servers working harder than others. So the solution there was to actually update our routing so that it meant that you could actually direct to other back-end services running on other services. And then the final part of this is just how Rancher hooks into our CI process. So all our services are running on Rancher hosts, controlled by Rancher management services. And yeah, as it's all our pipeline is just triggered by webhooks from from starting off with when you check in your code into GitHub, gets built in Jenkins, an image will get pushed out to Docker Hub, which will trigger a webhook into our development environment and update to the latest version of the software for further testing, and so on and so forth. And that's pretty much it. Thanks very much.
Great, thanks, Noel. So our third Ignite speaker, Paul O'Connor. Is it hot in here or am I burning out?
Awesome. Yeah, doesn't look quite right, but are we? So hi, I'm Paul. I'm a staff engineer in Slack in our Dublin office, and I'm the guy who won the Scaletrix competition last night. So thank you. Oh, stop. Anyway, so I'm here to talk about burnout and mental health, and I want to preface this: I am not a doctor. I've never read anything about psychology. I've never sort of done any courses or anything. This is just based on personal experience. The fact that I'm going through it right now, I'll put my hand up and say that it's pretty bleak. But so what is burnout? Burnout is basically your brain. It's fighting yourself. It's mental burnout. It's exhaustion caused by overwork, stress. A lot of different things. So like for an example, if you've got a lot of tight deadlines, if you have a lot of work, you're fighting systems that are always going down. You're just always trying to do more work than you can. Your body just goes, nah, I can't do this anymore. It's very common, and it's pretty nasty. You also have stuff with cynicism, detachment. You sort of think that you're not as good as you think you might be. You begin to sort of doubt yourself. It's not fun. Let's be honest here. But why is it a problem, right? So this country has a major problem with mental health, especially with in males. If you listen to like Blind Boy from the Rubber Bandits, he talks about this all the time. We need to do something about this. So some of the symptoms here, chronic fatigue. It's like if you get up after a good night's sleep and you're still exhausted, you're fatigued. Maybe you can't sleep. Maybe you're forgetful. Maybe you can't remember what you're supposed to be working on. You might have like heart palpitations. You may you just feel like crap all the time. You may be sick a lot. You may get more colds. You might not be hungry. You might skip a meal here or there. You can have anxiety, depression, anger. You're worried about everything all the time. You feel sad. It's not nice. Anger is a nasty one as well, because you're trying to talk to your colleagues and you're just not as friendly as you should be. So cynicism and detachment. For a job that you used to like, you sort of feel a little bit taken away from it. You don't enjoy it as much as you used to, and it's you've lost the joy for doing the work that you used to like. So ineffectiveness. You sort of give up a little bit. You feel that no matter what you do, it's not enough. You're not as happy as you should be. You're trying to get tickets done. You're trying to get code done, and you wonder why. Why it's not working. So do I have burnout? So this is a tough one to figure out. The big one here is the change in behavior. If you are usually a very happy person, if you tell jokes a lot and then suddenly you change, that's one sign. If you just don't feel like if you look 6 months ago and you're suddenly going, well, I used to be much better, now I'm not. Maybe you're starting to burn out. Maybe you're just like on the edge, or you need to have a think about it. And the big one is, does a colleague have it? Because you can't see it yourself, a lot of the time you need to see if your colleagues have it. So have they changed? Have they stopped doing something they used to do? Can you not talk to them anymore? Are they very closed in? It's something to look out for. So what not to do if you have it? Don't push yourself. That's the main thing. Don't ignore it. It's not just going to go away. It's like having a broken leg. If you have a broken leg, you go to the doctor. You have to go and do something about it. It's the same thing with burnout. As a manager, sometimes burnout looks like it's someone has just given up because they've gotten bored. They don't like the job anymore. It's not a choice. So how do I deal with it? How do you get help? the first thing is go and talk to your doctor. It's a very simple thing. Doctors are great. You know, they've dealt with this 100 times. They know how to deal with it. They'll give you medication. They'll give you therapy, whatever it might be. For colleagues, literally just talk to them. You know, sit down with them and go, hey, what's happening? What's the crack? You're a little bit out of sorts. Is there something going on? Can I help? Can I, you know, can I take some work off your plate? And if you're a manager and you see someone burning out, you know, talk to them. Again, like talking is a big, big thing. Make sure they're okay. Make sure that they're not overworked and overstressed. Help them work better. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, like burnout is nasty. It's a mental illness. OSMI is great. Please go and use it. And please be well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Some very important notes there. I hope you take on board. And apologies as well for the slides. We should have double-checked those beforehand. So I think people got the message anyways. So our final Ignite speaker before we go to our open space voting is Sean Meehan on breaking down the monolith.
Hey, so I'm going to talk about how we took a centralized CI process in our organization and broke it down into mostly independent pipelines. So why is this important? Like, so we scaled our business up and we had a centralized model and it got difficult to test everything, right? So I'm Sean, I work at Workday. We basically maintain tools for configuration management at Workday. And yeah, this is difficult. So what is a monolith, right? So we all have monolithic software in our organizations, right? So a monolith is a big chunk of code that we group together, and there's a lot of dependencies. It's difficult to test. So, you know, we want to break it down and we want to make it simpler. So today I'm going to explain CI as the way that we get to the airport, right? And I'm going to use flying to your destination as deploying your code to production, okay? So simple concept, right? So if we take centralized CI, right, we've got a bus. The bus goes, it collects everybody, okay? And, you know, some people miss the bus. You know, the bus breaks down. Now everybody's late to the airport, right? So now that everybody's at the airport, we take all their code and we fly it to production, right? So somebody comes along and they say, hey, you know, I need my code to go to production, so we delay the whole flight. And we suddenly now have people angry because their code's not going, and we can't explain why. It's this other team, you know, talk to them. Right, so then we have an on-call engineer, and his job is to look at the dashboards and be like, oh, your code, it's gone to production, you know, answer, you know, triage issues, figure out all of these things for these teams. And like, it just doesn't really scale that well, right? So in a decentralized model, you can say, hey, you want to go to the airport, you can walk, you're not dependent on anybody, that's fine. Cycle if you want to go a bit faster. Take a car, pick up what you need in the way, get to the airport, or, you know, hey, take the bus, we don't care. So this means that we can have as many flights as we want to production, right? We put what you want on your plane to production, and we ship it there. And then, you know, you're more responsible for what's on your flight. So this changes the on-call duties, right? We shift the on-call to the team that's responsible. They can decide, you know, they're best equipped to figure out what's on their flight. They know how to triage their own issues. Like, why would we as a team need to do that? So this kind of enables a proper CD model, right? So now you can deploy when you want. And, you know, one good example is, like, you don't want to ship your monitoring infrastructure with your application because you need it the most at that instance, right? So we're enabling that. So one of the things we do is we give test developers freedom. So they can build their own pipelines. Like, we don't really mind what tools or what kind of tests. Like, we put the responsibility into the developers' hands, and they can make that decision themselves. But one thing to note is that we only support one model, so we as a team can't build and maintain all of these pipelines for all of these teams. So we just say, hey, you can do it, but we support one model, and that model is the one that we say is the right way. So one of the prerequisites is that you need to use trunk-based development, right? So you make a feature, you work on that feature for a short time, you merge it back into master, everything on master should be good to go and should be ready to be deployed, right? So the biggest question we always get then, now that we've got all these flights going to production, like, where's my code? Like, has my code went? Things I'm depending on? Where are my libraries? You know, like, you know, other teams using my code, they've already pushed it. So we had to build a simple metadata service. So we went for GraphQL on a graph database, because most of its relationships, not as much required with an SQL database. So now you can query this DB. It's linked into the CI/CD jobs automatically, and you can find out where your code is. So we've actually enabled this, right? So people can test, release, deploy as often as they want in whatever way they want. So it's a little bit easier, right, to get to this actual CD model. So the biggest problem we had was fear. So everybody people thought that getting rid of the big global integration job that tests everything together would cause failures. But so far from a lot of the teams, we've seen they're taking more responsibility for what they're actually deploying. And the biggest thing we've seen is happy developers. So I'm a new team, I come on board, I have a way that I want to do things, I want to deploy, I don't want to be dependent on anything, and we've enabled that. And that's pretty much me.
Okay, thanks, Sean. So we're going to go on to our open space voting. So this is kind of what it's what's looking like right now in Menti. So we have some of the lads bringing in the other whiteboard with the actual posted suggestions. So I'm just going to get them to carry that in now, and we can start creating our tracks for the afternoon. So for anyone who missed it yesterday, we have 5 different rooms and 3 different sessions in each room. So we're going to try and keep each room to a sort of central theme that we're going to develop here. So